Coding option.
I think that might have been disabled. They must be doing it.
No, it started recording now.
They have started recording now.
Yes. Please keep quiet. Please keep. Yeah.
It started
Yes.
now. It is started because it's showing
Please keep
recording.
quiet because you more than 240 participants have joined online. So please keep quiet and note down your doubts. If you have any doubts, I'll certainly try to clarify it so that you can easily understand it. Clear? Yes. Primarily, as all of you know, we try to discuss the research methodology or market research. Why there is a need for conducting market research? Because market is something to be studied thoroughly. As all of you know, market consists of buyers, sellers, and other forces, governments, and international agencies, banks, etc. Before the launch of any product, if you take the example of a refrigerator or a television or any electronic gadgets or anything, so the owner of the product or the manufacturer of the product never ever takes the risk of producing a product without knowing the trend of the market, without knowing the buying trend of the market, whether the product will be acceptable to the buyers, potential buyers, or the product will sell well, or the product would find a place in the market to be positioned, or the product can replace the competitor's product. Because in this present world, most of the manufacturers, all manufacturers, all product designers, owners, they hugely invest on research and development and R&D, all of you know. So this R&D is all about the research before the launch of the product. Too much of thoughts and too much of investigations, too much of analysis, too much of arguments, debates, primarily go into the decisions. And when we get a final product in the market, the product must meet the needs and wants of the buyers. Gone are the days, whatever was produced, that used to be that was consumed by the buyers. They had no choice. Today we have come to the stage, come to the time. As you know, nothing will be acceptable or sold in the market without a product has value for money or worth of buying, or if it does not fulfill or meet the customer needs and wants. Akshay, please mute your mic. I request all of you, please mute the mic. So therefore, in this connection, I'm going to present to you a slide consisting of two types of research primarily. This is called research methodology. The title of the discussion is research methodology. I'm going to share the slide with you all. So anybody one of you can tell, are you able to see the screen?
Not yet.
You are not able to see the screen?
Not yet.
Okay.
No, sir.
Not yet, sir.
I'll do it. Are you able to see now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. Okay. So Primarily, as all of you know, our 1 hour discussion will be on qualitative and quantitative research. So what do you mean by research? Because something which has already been researched, that will be researched by you. Research aims at investigating, just a minute. Research aims at investigating the problems
Sir,
of.
sorry to interrupt. PPT is not visible.
Is it not visible? Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Let's see. Because obstruction is people, students are joining in between, so that is causing the disturbances. So, is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Now it is visible.
Yes.
Yes,
Sleep mode.
yes, sir.
Sleep mode. Okay, so we'll correct it. So, therefore, the title of the presentation is qualitative and quantitative research, and you may say it is deductive inductive research. You may say it is a descriptive research, causal research. There are different types, but broadly, research activities are classified into qualitative research and quantitative research. So, before I present you the meaning of the qualitative research, let me present you why do we want research. And we, a marketer or a businessman or an entrepreneur, needs a research to understand the problem, to investigate the problem, and to know the reasons of the problem and to find the solution of it. And most of the problems and solutions lie with the customers, because customers find the problems, customers give the solutions, because they are the end users. So ultimately, when we go for conducting any research, we try to do the behavioral research, perceptual research, and we take the data, means that we call the secondary data, which is a part of the qualitative research, to understand the trend of the problem and to understand from the data, last 20 years data or 30 years data, that is called the time series data. So with the help of the time series data, so a researcher tries to understand the trend of the data. If there is a fluctuation in the data, you take the example of sales data, sales of the refrigerator. If there is a variation, in the sales of the refrigerator in the last 20 years, so then certainly the manufacturer will try to investigate the reasons of the variation of the sale of the refrigerators. And to know the reasons reasons would be, because it will be like, it will be there, for example, with the suppliers or distributors, wholesalers or retailers, or the problem is lying with the supply chain, or problem is lying with the design, research and development, or problem is with what? Nobody knows. So therefore, we need to know. We need to know something. We need to know something which is.
Sir, share the presentation, sir.
Okay. Okay. Is it fine? Are you able to see the screen?
No, sir. It's not visible.
No, sir. No.
No.
Okay. Just a minute. Is it okay now? Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay.
Yes. So, therefore, methodology.
Sir, you
will-
were showing this only one slide, but your explanation is on maybe different. But
No,
we
no,
are
please. No, please don't interrupt. Because primarily we have to compress our entire discussion in 8 hours. And fundamentally, you are attending the classes to understand the complex concepts of the researches. And this is an introductory class. So you may not know the introductions, but some of the participants they may need introductions. Am I right? So therefore, the sleep mode just a minute. Wait for a minute. There is a problem. Increase the sleep mode. We'll do it later. Just a minute. Problem that is. Just a minute. So are you able to see it?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir. It is clearly visible.
Thank you. Sorry, because no. So therefore, methodology is all about specifies how the researcher may go about practically studying whatever he or she believes can be known. So because we need to use certain methods, we need to.
Sir, few people are unable to join the meeting, sir.
That I don't know how to do it because they should join before the time. Am I right? They should join before the time.
From the
Otherwise,
starting, we are trying to join, sir. My colleagues, they are not able to join, sir.
then I have to stop sharing. Then they will be able to join.
No, they have option of joining through the YouTube. So check that.
Okay. So, ma'am, you please, those who are not able to join, let them not join because they have to join before 15 minutes. Okay. So, I think there is an auto join. They can join automatically. So, are you able to see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So now, why I'm trying to tell you, in order to understand the problem and the behavior of the problem, it is essentially important to use certain methods. Clear? Because if these methods are not used scientifically, so perhaps the research output will not be acceptable, or the research outputs may not be used for taking decisions. Because the manufacturer, the funding agency which primarily funds the research would not accept the findings of the research unless the researchers, a particular researcher does not use proven methods, tested methods, or you may say, scientific research methods. So therefore, what is do by methods? One is called qualitative methods, another is called quantitative methods. So therefore, one is called qualitative researches, another is called quantitative researches. So please mute your mic. Yes. So if you broadly classify the quantitative and qualitative, because this is the way it has been presented. If you come to quantitative, because qualitative research methods precede quantitative research methods. If you wish to conduct a research on a customer, maybe 100 customers in a particular area who have potential to buy holiday packages to go to Thailand, Malaysia, Hong Kong, etc. How do you come to know that? How many potential travelers, how many potential holiday makers, or those who want to travel holiday? How do you come to know that? So first of all, you need to go for using the qualitative methods. So you need to collect secondary data, and second data will be available at different organizations. Maybe the data would be available with Department of Tourism. Maybe the data will be available with Indian Association of Tour Operators or domestic tour operators, or data would be available there are many agencies now, statistical agencies. They are computing and compiling the data. You may pay and get the data. That secondary data would help you to know how many residents of a particular locality primarily undertake travel. So therefore, qualitative research includes secondary data. So, sorry, just a minute. Secondary data. So secondary data, that is one. So therefore, we call the second is qualitative research methods include, focused interview, in-depth interview. For example, before going for designing the questionnaire, as a researcher, you need not go to administer the questionnaires to all the respondents without knowing to what extent the respondents would respond to your questions. Some of the questions will be relevant, some of the questions will be irrelevant or redundant. So in order to identify questions to be relevant to be included, in order to identify questions to be relevant to be eliminated, you are supposed to take these particular discussions to a person who must be very experienced, very thorough, or must have command on the subjects, or experience must have. So you go and meet the person and have a discussions. So that is the part of the qualitative research, focused on in-depth meaning. All right. So then if you come to, and sometime we may go for focus group interview. We may call 5 to 10 people in a locality, and in a group you create a group discussions, and you may have some pre-designed questions, or you may promptly get questions from the answers given by the respondents in the discussions. Then that discussion can be recorded, and all the responses can be collected and in a exhaustive manner, and which will be analyzed before you go for quantitative approaches. That I'm trying to tell you, because some of you might be working now, or majority of you might have work experiences. So because sometime before you take any decisions, primarily you need to understand from your seniors, a person who must be working in the sales for last 30 years or 25 years. So if there is a problem pertaining to sell, so you need not go to the larger market or larger respondents. First you check with your senior sales manager or sales divisional manager, regional manager, check with him, and they have the experience of ups and downs in the sales, why there is a fall in the sales, when there is a rise in the sale, and how can the sale will be stable, sale of a product will be stable. And you can get many answers from an experienced sales manager through your interactions, and that will solve the problems. But however, nevertheless, many of the problems may not be understood clearly from the conversation with the senior salesperson. So in these connections, we call them as one-to-one interview, in-depth interview, focus group interview, and you may not know who is the right person, but you may know one person. So you may check with a person who is, that is called snowballing. That I'll tell you later. So once your this thing qualitative methods, once you and you can read many cases, many case studies. When there is a fall in the sale, why there is a rise in the, and if you take the pertaining to the HR issue, you may take the marketing issue, you may take the issue of the operation research, supply chain. Each sector has its own problem. So if you take human resource issue, why employees are not productive, why the performance of the employee does not lead to uh, produce more outputs. What are the problems? Is the problem related to organization? Is the problem related to employee? So, or is the problem related to trade union, employee union, etc., etc.? So, because sometimes problems would be known to you, but sometimes problems would be known to you, but you need to validate the problem. You need to use all scientific methods to study the problems and you know uh, uh, concretely present that this is the problems which have been, though the problems are known to us, but the problem is presented from the output of the finding of the study. After the qualitative research, you may go for quantitative research. So because both the qualitative and quantitative, they are divided into inductive research and deductive research. Clear? So deductive and inductive research. So in qualitative research, the outputs are inducted because if you take a small phenomena and make an in-depth study. For example, you take one customer, one family, and you interact with the family in depth about the use of the product. You take the example of a toothpaste or a soap, or a shaving cream, or any cosmetics, anything, or any household items. So you may let me give a very small example to you. You may appreciate. Now in Tamil Nadu, I know many places you will see the edible oils, teal oils, groundnut oils, coconut oils. They are called the wood pressed oils, mills. And even then, people don't buy it. Why they don't buy it? Because I have interacted with the mill owner. So I said, how is your sale? He said, sale is not so impressive. What is the reason? The people don't trust us. People don't trust the product. All right. But people on the other hand, customers would buy a product which is packed properly, but they don't buy the product from us. The reason is they don't rely on them. So that can be investigated, that can be studied, because why people don't have trust on them. So therefore, inductive research is related to qualitative methods, and a researcher takes a small phenomena, a small problem, and makes in-depth study, and you take the example of any such epidemic or viruses. So they will take 2-3 persons who suffer from the viruses or epidemics, and they make in-depth study, and they try to write a report on them. They may take 10 to 15 people, but in case of the uh, quantitative research, which is almost, it is about, they have to take a big sample, more than 30 members. Sometimes they go to a larger geographical area. Sometimes they go to intra-region, inter-region, intra-country, inter-continents, inter-region, intra-region. Am I right? So this is the way they do it, because quantitative research is all about using the statistical tools. Even now, qualitative researches are also presented from the data uh, that the researcher obtains by using the statistical methods. Even qualitative responses can be computed quantitatively. Now there are softwares. So if you put the qualitative responses or descriptions given by the respondents, that can be uh, processed statistically, and the mean of the common words, standard deviation of the common responses, and what will be the skewness, kurtosis of the responses. There are softwares, SPSS, etc. So this is all about the qualitative and quantitative researches. Because if you look at here, quantitative and qualitative, statistical analysis, thematic analysis, I have already told it. So because you need to know, you need to create a story from the problems. You need to read many stories behind this, many reports, many articles. Because you take the example of, sometime you come across in the Sunday, in the newspapers, English newspapers or vernacular newspapers, you will see many reporters, they write reports about a particular problems of a state or a country in depth. Because a journalist or a reporter who makes an in-depth study by interacting with the people, and a reporter also will cite the name of the person, and also will try to investigate to such a level that that invites the attention of the government to take actions immediately. So that is called the qualitative research. But the quantitative research is all about using bigger sample size, 200, 300, 400, 500, 1000. You take the example of the ensuing elections, forthcoming elections in Madhya Pradesh and in Karnataka. And many uh, election analysts, or TV channels, electronic TV channels, NDTV, or India Today, CNN, IBM, Times Now, etc. They have sent their reporters and journalists to make extensive travel all across the state to meet cross section of the people, means the voters of the state. So because they would not leave any stone unturned in traveling to the nook and corner of the state, so that the research is all about the representation. Research is all about the representations. If uh, you know the respondents don't represent from the universe, from all parts of the universe, so that means the research would not reveal concrete results, correct results. So that decision maker, means there will be biases, or so that the result given by an agency, funding given by a research agency, would not be correct or accurate. Because sometimes the interpretations of the results are correct. So therefore, these are the things which I broadly explain you. No? So by giving the example of the forthcoming elections of these two states, and once the election voting dates are over, so you'll see you keep on seeing the TV debates on the TV about and one channel would present about that is called pre-poll exit, that is called exit poll. So they would reveal the percentage share of the votes, percentage share of the, and minute data about gender differences, age differences, region differences, different breakup of the data demographic data. So that means what? Now elections are being done on the basis of the data, and there are consultants who are assisting the political parties to evolve the strategy accordingly. Yeah. So if you look at both quantitative and qualitative, one is called qualitative is a process oriented and quantitative is result oriented. So because why qualitative is a process oriented? Because it does not come to the end immediately, because it is always about the processes. They try to involve the people, there will be discussions, there will be deliberations, and sometimes a researcher may not be able to take final decisions on the basis of the output um, obtained from the qualitative researches. Qualitative research would reveal basic trend of the problem of the research. But from the quantitative research, a researcher would be able to justify or would be able to get concrete results. So, so if you talk about deductive and inductive research, as I told you, deductive represents the quantitative research, inductive represents the qualitative research. Because deductive is all about there are existing theories. You may take the example of R.W. Butler's product life cycle. You may take the example of Michael Porter's 5 market forces. You may take the example of Maslow's need hierarchy theory. So because there exist certain theories, and it doesn't mean that theories evolved or developed by management scientists or business researchers are acceptable throughout the generations or forever. No, these theories or those theories have been challenged and have been disproved, and many of the researchers have identified flaws. Many of the researchers have identified gaps in the existing models, business models and theories. And subsequently, many researchers, they have identified the gap and fill the gap with the variables from the researchers, which are being disproved in future. That will be there. So generally, when you go for deductive research, it starts from theory, hypothesis, observations, and confirmations. So you study the theory, then you develop the hypothesis from the theory, then you go for observations. That means you have to go for data collections, and or observations. You may not go for a larger data. You take the example of anthropological study, ethnographic study. So you may not have a questionnaire with you. You may go to a particular family, 10 families, you have breakfast with them, and understand the behavior in the family, how are they behaving, and then you can confirm it. Yes, because you use hypothetical tools that I'll tell you later, other classes. So next one is called the inductive research or qualitative research, inductive thinking, because you try to induct certain things into the theory from the observations, because this is completely reverse, unlike the no deductive research. If you go to deductive research, this is it starts from theory, ends with confirmation. But if you come to inductive theory or inductive thinking quality, because something will be planted, inducted, that starts from observations, patterns, hypothesis, and theory. So if you start understanding the meaning of the quality research, it is useful for describing or answering questions about particular localized occurrences or context or the perspectives of a particular group toward events, beliefs, and practices. So this is all about understanding human experience rather than explaining and predicting behavior, because you may not be able to predict. As I told you, quality research is all about the processes. Quantitative research is all about results. So in the process of the quality research, a researcher tries to understand human, try to understand human experiences. Rather than explaining, predicting what type of experiences, what type of behavior, no. Then quality research is all about studying the behavior that occurs within a particular social, cultural, and historical context. So quality research, it is an array of interpretive techniques seeking to describe, decode, translate, and otherwise come to terms with the meaning, not the frequency of certain naturally occurring phenomena in the social world. The qualitative research helps to understand social phenomena in natural settings. As I told you, we take the example of participative research. So a researcher would participate in the process of collecting data with the respondents. For example, a researcher would come to a particular house, a particular family, would live with them for 10 days or 5 days, maybe known or unknown family, because if you introduce, people will certainly cooperate. And, you try to live with them, eat with them, and move with them. Like that, if a researcher will do in staying with 10 different families in a particular locality, so that will be more than enough to understand the behavior or the experiences or expectations, perceptions of the customers of that locality in that universe. If you take, so therefore, in a natural setting, as I told you, you take the example of many this participative research or grounded theory, or you take the example of ethnographic study. All these methods are primarily used by the anthropologist. We take the example of ethnography study, this is a study that is a part of the qualitative methods, is used to understand the behavior of the people without their knowledge. Because what the researcher will do, researcher will go to a particular place, sit there without informing the purpose of his stay or her stay there, and they try to understand their movement. This mostly happens, this particular method is mostly used in the tribal areas where most of the tribes, how do they behave from the morning to the evening, and how do they change in the behavior from home to social gatherings, and when they go to the field, how the behavior changes. So they try to capture it in such a natural settings. And due emphasis to the meaning of experiences, view of all the participants. Because advantages of the qualitative research. When variables cannot be quantified, then there must be the use of the qualitative research. Nowadays, most of the research reports are prepared by using the qualitative methods, because quantitative methods data, the source of the data are being challenged, and there are questions about the integrity of the tabulator or a surveyor or a researcher who takes the responsibility of collecting data in a questionnaire directly from the respondents. Directly from the respondents. So there is an issue behind it. So therefore, in order to counter the issue, because qualitative methods can be used, but qualitative methods cannot be quantified. But let me tell you, as I told you in the beginning, now there are statistical softwares which can be used to compute the qualitative responses by taking certain artificial intelligence AI techniques. There are softwares that are being used uh, to capture the data, and you just upload the descriptions of the qualitative research, and they will give you the frequency and mean, standard deviation, correlation, etc., etc. That is there. So the next one is when variables are best understood in the natural settings, because qualitative research is used when the variables are cannot be quantified, or a respondents may not like uh, their responses to be recorded or reported in a systematic questionnaire. They want an informal discussions which will be very unorganized, informal. So if you go for a formal discussions by administering a questionnaire by using schedule methods, you yourself can go and administer the questionnaires. They may not have the time to answer it, but there may not be space for them to answer it. Second is when variables are studied over time, and when studying roles, processes, groups, mostly the behavioral process, abstract groups, when the paramount objective is understanding, that I told you earlier. Characteristics of the qualitative research, this is to understand a particular phenomenon. So if a researcher wants to know a particular phenomenon, for example, people buy clothes prior to the events, prior to the cultural events, fairs and festivals, or any traditional events like marriage, birthday party, etc. But why people don't buy clothes or apparels, footwear before on a very common date? That is a particular understanding one has to do. Then data is in the form of rich verbal descriptions, because as I told you, it is the responses you will use the keywords and very distinct words, distinct sentences. And from a particular sentence, if a researcher wants, can write 20 pages to describe. And another advantage is that variables are not studied over time, because variables are studied just on the time, not over the time, like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years time. Yeah. So this is a holistic perspective, very sensitive, illuminate the invisibility of everyday life, make the familiar strengths, construct meaning from the participant's point of view, exploration of open questions rather than the testing hypothesis, applications of purposive sampling or gatekeepers, as I told you. Behaviors or practices, what to do, because mostly the qualitative research are used to understand behaviors or practices. There are episodes, common events, death, birth, etc. Encounters when groups of people interact, roles, relationship roles, etc. What investigator, what an investigator must do? An investigator is required to have knowledge and skills about research methods, setting and nature of the issue. An investigator must be familiar with own biases and biases of others, assumptions and expectations and values of the customers. So an investigator must be empathic, intelligent, and energetic, and interested in listening. And an investigator must be open to add multiple ideas into the discussion. An investigator is prepared to produce detailed, comprehensive, and lengthy reports. But what to plan? An initial focus, problem, phenomena, questions, as I told you, phases of the study, background, entry, exploration, and closure, plan for identifying, setting, and data sources, plan and logistic data collection, plan for ensuring trustworthiness. So there are different phases in qualitative research. So first is start with conceptualize and plan study, use literature, study about the published literature, previous data, reports, periods, and formulate, identify study site settings, and data collection will occur participants and to setting. Start study with concurrent data collection analysis. Let the data to be collected concurrently, same time. Analysis focused on identifying themes and categories, similarities in the data. Questions and purpose may emerge and be refined. Data collection strategy may change. So finally, in the third part, sampling data collection determined by the theoretical saturation, analysis based on narrative descriptions, because that will be narration story, something like that. Sampling in qualitative study. Sample size is always determined by the analysis. It is part of the design, so it is influenced by the nature of the inquiry, quality of the information, quality of the data. Very small sample, as I told you. So a researcher looks for saturation, the point at which there are no new cases coming from each new participants, and redundant information keeps coming up. This must be differentiated from participant saturation. The researcher cannot drag anything new out of the opt-in interview with that particular person. So the data collection method. Data collection method, these are the four techniques of data collections. As I told you, observation, which is the tool is called the ethnographic study, participatory study, interviewing, focus group, document analysis. That is called published data. as I told you earlier. So interview taking life history, details of the experience, reflection of the on the meaning. So you may take 10 legends, 10 great businessmen, starting with the Jamshedji Tata, J.D. Tata. You may take the example of Dhirubhai Ambani. You may take the example of Manohar Das Birla, etc., etc. Many of the you may take the example of founder of the Nirma, like that. So if you take the example of that Varghese Kurian, who is the Amul man or the man behind the Operation Flood, who is not only a legend in India but also a godly figure in Anand, Gujarat. So if you start reading of the life history of the great persons, that will also help you to know how could they understand the problem, how could they dispel the problem, how could they overcome the problem, how could they address the problem, how could they find solution to the problems, and how do they continue the problems, how do they resolve many of the problems affecting the growth of the company or affecting the management of the business. So one need to know the life history of a person. If somebody wants to study about the freedom movement of India, so there are thousands and thousands of the freedom fighters who hailed from different parts of the country, different states, region, etc. If anyone wants to study about them, why did they want to get into the freedom movement? Finally, what they have got from the freedom movement, how much they have contributed to the freedom movement. So start reading about them. You take the example of Mahatma Gandhi, you take the Jawaharlal Nehru, you take the example of Sam Prasad Mukherjee, you take the example of Lal Bahadur Shastri, you take the example of many great persons. So life history. So this is all about the discussion today, what we have. So we'll continue with the qualitative research tomorrow, and I'll finish with the quantitative research tomorrow. So if you have any questions pertaining to the discussions, we can have now. All right. If anyone wants to ask any clarifications, may I know? Anybody wants to ask any questions? Please unmute. Please unmute. Yes. I may take one or two questions from you before I close, or you may need to join some of the other sessions. So thank you very much. So we'll meet tomorrow in the same time. Bye bye. You can leave the meeting.
Yeah, good morning, all of you. Am I audible to you? Students, am I audible? Yeah, okay. Here is Dr. Gaffour, the Faculty of Management at Pondicherry University. So I'm going to take a session on managerial economics, which is in your first semester. So with this brief background, I will start the session without much delay. Right. I feel that many of you must be, familiar with economics. Even then, I will try to simplify it, or for the sake of others, and I'll make it more simple and easy, so that it will be, more, reachable to all the students category. And I can be reached at the following number and email ID. If you have any queries, or if you have any personal, inquiry, I can be reached in this, contact details also. So with this, I'll start my presentation, right? My screen is visible to all of you, students? Yeah, okay. Then I'll quickly go to the session. So my paper, the paper which is allotted to me, is managerial economics. So I'll give a brief introduction about the managerial economics and economics, and then I'll wind up the session. So these are the topics which for the next couple of days, I'll be taking this many topics, and I'll be trying to finish it at the earliest. First session, we will have introduction to economics, which is very fundamental for all of you. So I'll be teaching meaning of economics, the principles of economics, how economy works, economics of information, and the related topics. In the second session, we'll be discussing about theory of demand and supply. So I split into theory of demand, then I'll talk about theory of supply. Then in the third session, possibly we'll be covering theory of production, which is a little lengthy, and I'll try to simplify it also. Then we'll move to market structure. That's another important topic in economics that has to be, studied by all MBA students, because we all going to work in market. So the market structure is very, very important, and we should all know the different type of market and how it works, and its economic implications also. And finally, I will touch upon macroeconomics fundamentals, not that deep. So I'll simply talk about basics of macroeconomics, which one should know, because since our topic is managerial economics, we skip the macroeconomics, because managerial economics is basically microeconomics. So I'll try to touch upon macroeconomics as well. So this is a brief agenda about my sessions for the next couple of days, right? With this, I'll first go to the topic. The first topic will go to the introduction to economics. What is economics and how it works it? Now, if you look at what is economics, here I will try to cover some principles of economics, the meaning of economics, how economy works, and economics of information. These are the 4 agenda for today's presentation, right? So first, let me talk about the meaning of economics. Why economics, how it works, and how it is important for all of us. Now, if you look at the nature in which we live, there are two type of phenomenon you can see it. One is that the resources which are available in this planet or in this like the nature is basically limited. So if you look at any resources, it's a land, labor, capital, water, the trees, the woods, anything. It is basically a limited resources. We have only limited resources. And if you look at the human wants, right? Human wants are basically unlimited because we want to, get everything. So the human beings are not, limited to their needs, but they have unlimited wants also. So this contradiction, that is the limited resources and unlimited, this unlimited human wants, right, makes the things very complicated. Let us say that if the resources are very unlimited and the human wants are unlimited, then there is no issue because both are parallel, both are works at fine. But since the resources are very limited and the human wants also unlimited, then the problems of economics comes. So what economics does? So economics basically does, the allocate this limited resources which is available in the society or the nature among unlimited wants. All right. So that means a few resources has to be distributed among unlimited wants. So that distribution or that allocation of that limited resources among unlimited wants can be called as a economics. That process is called as a economics. Or in another terminology, we can say that how the society manage its limited resources or the scarce resources efficiently. That is what we call as economics. So basically, economics is basically related to limited resources and unlimited wants. So the point of economics comes only when there is a limited resource and there is unlimited wants. But if the resources are limited and the wants are limited, then the question of economics doesn't come because the resource will be distributed economically and equally among all the people, and people will have sufficient resources to eat and practice. So that is where this economics comes, and that's why we call economics as a subject which it deals with the distributing this limited resources among unlimited wants, or the management of this scarce resources among the human society or among the population of the society, what we call as economics. Now coming to the principles of economics. Now this principles is given by Professor Mankiw, who is a professor of economics at Harvard Business School, and given around 10 principles under 3 broad category. And if you understand this, this 10 principles, most of the economics theories can be easily, understood. So this you cannot find in your syllabus, but if you study these principles, your the learning process will be more simple and easy to understand it. So Professor Mankiw has given 10 the principles which are classified into 3 broad categories. One is how people make decisions. Then second one, how people interact with each other. Then the third broad category, how the economy as a whole works it. So in this 3 broad category, so he has divided the principles into 10 different places. So we'll go by each one, and we'll discuss the implications and its importance in the economic life. Right. Now, how people make the decisions. The first one, the people face trade-off, right? What is a trade-off? For example, now all of you are studying in my class, right? So you can take a decision either to sit in my class or to go and work in some places and earn the money, all right? But it is not possible for you. Both, it is not possible for you. So either you can sit in my class, or you can sit, or can go to the factory or in an office and work there. So that is what we say. People will face trade-off, right? So the classic example of trade-off is basically what we call economics, For example, if we spend more money on defense, we have less money in welfare measures, right? So the point is here, people will always face trade-off. That is in a common nature. So you can't just sit, or you can't do the same. That sitting in the same class and doing the work, it is not possible. So you have to have a trade-off. So the people will always face trade-off. That means either you can eat the food at the same time, or you can play in the ground. But both are not possible at the same time. That is what we call it economically, or what we call it, say, people face trade-off. So the classic example, what we normally in economics, finance, what we say that if the government of any government, and any state government or any government, sovereign government, if they invest more on defense, buying guns, equipment, defense instruments, the flights, those instruments, then you have to reduce your welfare, the investment on the welfare of the economy. That is what we call as people face trade-off. That is what we call as efficiency and equality. That means if you focus more on equality, we have to sacrifice the efficiency, or if you focus on efficiency, we have to sacrifice the equality. So because there is a trade-off here. So the first principle, which is stated by Professor Mankiw, is that people will always face trade-off, right? And the second, since there is a trade-off, I said there's a trade-off is there. There's a cost for it, right? For example, if you look at the example, for example, if you sit in the class, right, you're actually sacrificing your time, you're sacrificing the money which you are going to earn, from the factory or in the office, all right? Or, for example, I have given an example of, the picture of the Usain Bolt. You have seen in this my presentation. You can see I have given the picture of Usain Bolt. Now, you know that Usain Bolt, one of the fastest man, the human, in this planet, all right? If you would have sit in the class and studied some economics or MBA, all right, he would not have become, what's called the fastest athlete in this world, right? So he sacrificed that and went it, right? The same way, if you look at, Microsoft chairman Bill Gates, if you would have sit in on the class, right, the dropout student, if you would have sit in the class, and then if would have got some job in some places, we could not have see that Microsoft, so-called Microsoft, which even we use for presentation. So there is always a cost is there, right? Since there is a trade-off, because you cannot do both at the same time, there is a cost is there for something which you give up. For example, if you sit in the class, actually you are giving up the the earnings which you get from the office, what we call as a opportunity cost in economics, we call it as opportunity cost. So since there is a trade-off, there is an opportunity cost in the society, and that you have to sacrifice it, right? Third, it's called the rational people think at margin. So what is a rational people think at margin? Meaning, right, for example, for example, a person who is the rational people, when I say rational people, the rational people means the person who can decide what is the right and wrong, all right? That is what we call the rational people. For example, let us say that, for example, you are running a business of bus, right? So let us say you are, like running a business from Bangalore to Hyderabad. Let us say that. Let us say that there are 60 seats are their capacity, and you charge 1,000 rupees per head, right? Right. So normal days, any weekend days, you will get 60. That is 60,000 rupees. You can earn it. If your seat capacity is full, you will get 60 seat fully, and you will get an income of 60,000, right? But let us say that let us say, for example, in a weekdays, your seats are filled only 30. That means you get only 30,000 rupees, right? You get only 30,000, right? So let us say, there are 30 seats, another 30 seats are vacant. And let us say that around some 10 people came, and in the evening, when you are about to take your bus, 10 people comes and ask you that we don't have, like 1,000 rupees, but we can pay you 800 rupees. Can you accommodate us? The obvious answer is, of course, because of the marketing and other things, we will say no. But if you look at economically, it is yes, because you are getting another 800 for 10, that means 8,000 rupees for 10 people without any extra cost. Because even if you drive the bus, right, with 30 people or with 40 people, that doesn't make any sense in the cost, right? You're going to get additional income of 8,000 if you accommodate these people, 800, at the rate of 800. So what is the point is that if you marginal benefit, what we call as additional, margin means additional. That means if your additional benefit is exceeding the additional cost, that is the marginal benefit, margin means additional benefit is exceeding the marginal cost, then you will take a decision. In this case, for example, your additional cost is 0 because if you rent the bus for 30 people, or if you rent the bus for 40 people, the cost is same. Let us say the cost is 5,000 rupees. So the cost of running the bus is 5,000 because you have to pay the salary for the driver, you have to pay the salary for the cleaner, everything you have to pay it. You have to pay the diesel for for the bus, and you have to pay the other charges which you are accumulating. But if you accommodate that 10 people who are ready to pay 800 rupees per person, then you are able to earn another 8,000 rupees without any additional cost. So the additional cost is here 0. That is, marginal cost is 0, but the marginal benefit is higher. That is 8,000. That means if the marginal cost is less and the marginal benefit is higher, the rational person will take an action that will benefit him. So normally a rational people will always think at margin. That margin is called as a marginal benefit, which exceed the marginal cost. So the Professor Bankif says that in economics, the rational people will always think at the margin, and they will take the decision which exceed their benefit, against the marginal cost or additional cost. Now coming to the fourth, the principle coming under the the broader head of the people make decision, how people make their decision. Now the fourth principle we call it as a people respond to the incentives. Now what is the incentive? For example, most of you are driving the bikes, riding the bikes, right? Ladies may be riding the scooter, or boys may be riding the scooter, or ladies may be riding the bike. Most of you are riding the bike. And most of you know that it is a mandatory in India to use the helmet when you're riding the bike or the scooter. It is mandatory to use this the helmet. It is mandatory. Now let us say that normally you don't use it, right? Normally people don't use it unless there is a government intervention is there. Normally people don't use the helmet. Now let us assume that if the government of Pondicherry or government of any state decided to make it very stringent and decide to penalize the people who are not using the helmet with the 10,000 rupees, definitely will try to use the helmet. It is not because of to protect your head, but it is protect to to save that 10,000, right? So that is normally, right? So otherwise you should use the helmet for every day, but you are not using the helmet every day because you want to save that 10,000. Another example, for example, if there is a increase in the price, for example, if the price of the apple is increased, normally what people will try to reduce the the purchase or the quantity, or they will try to reduce the quantum or the quantity, or they will try to postpone their purchases because they respond to the incentives. Because when I pay more, I'm actually penalizing it, right? Or let us say the apple price came down in the winter season, apple price came down, and people will try to buy more because he tries to take incentives in that form, right? So what the point is that the people will always respond to the incentive. That is a human nature, right? So most of the economic policies, any public policy which you see, you take any public policy, all the public policies around the world are based upon this principle called people will always respond to the incentive. That's why we see normally, you must have seen in the cigarette packet, there is a picture of the heart with the like the cancer and all, right? The reason is that if that image comes to the people will respond not to buy the what's called cigarette. Or you can say that if you go to any Reliance Ajio shop or Max shop, any shop you go, they normally charge the price for the cover, right? The obvious reason is that people should carry the cover, but people don't carry the cover. So automatically, what happened? People have to, to be put in, punishment so that they will try to bring the cover the next time. So the point is that people will always respond to the incentives, which make them, like either punishment or the reward. So that is what economic principle says. So in this, the four principle, that means under the broad category of how people make decisions, people will always face trade-off. First one. Second, there is opportunity cost, right? Then there is a concept called the rational people, and the thing at the margin, that is marginal benefit and marginal cost. And finally, we said people will respond to the incentives based upon the punishment or the reward. Now coming to the next principle, how people interact with each other, right? Now, what is this? This principle, trade can make everyone better off. What is this? What is this? For example, look at your home, right? Suppose you want to buy a shirt, right? You want to wear a shirt. There are two options available for you. One is you can go to the market and buy a shirt, right? Second option is that you have to, you have to cultivate, make it the threads. Then you have to buy a machine. Then you have to, stitch the shirt. Then you have to use it, right? These are two options are available. So for example, another example, apple. You want to eat an apple. Only thing you can do is either you can buy apple from the market, or you have to cultivate the apple, which will take a long time, right? So that is a reason we say that the trade, the exchange of goods and services will make everyone better off, right? For example, if I decide to make apple my own, I cannot go to the other works, right? So I have to sacrifice my work. So I have to buy, right? Somebody should be there to sell the apple. If nobody is selling, all right, everybody has to make the product their own. It is not possible. So the point is here, the trade can make everyone better off. The point is that if you look at the world economy, for example, if you take Japan, if you take US, if you take Germany, if you take any countries, China or any countries, where there is a trade, they are developed, right? If you look at sub-Saharan African countries like Ethiopia, all those places, Kenya, all those places are underdeveloped because there is no trade. So the trade can make everyone better off. It is not just about the countries. It is about the human household also can be better off because there's a trade easier. That's what I told you. If you want to eat an apple, either you can buy the apple or you have to cultivate the apple. The second option is not possible. You have to buy from the market. So to buy from the market, there should be a trader who can sell the apple for you, right? So the point is that the Mankiv says that there should be a trade that can make everyone better off. Another example is that I'm selling an apple. It is not to make you happy, but to get some earnings for me. And you buy the apple not to get money for me, but to get the benefit out of it. That's a simple difference. So the seller makes the sales to get to gain out of it, and the buyer buy the product to gain out of the buy. Right, so both are benefited out of the sales. That's why we say that there should be a trade there, and the trade can make everyone better off. Now, what's the markets are good ways to organize economic activity? Now, if you look at this market, when I say market, there are basically three types of market. Basically, one is a free market economy. Second, there's a planned economy, and third one is called mixed economy. Now, what is this market? When I say market, I'm talking about the free market economy. So when I say a planned economy, where economics agent, right, the resources belongs to the government. In a planned economy, the resources belongs to the government, and the government distribute or government allocate it. In a mixed economy, the half or the major portion goes to the government, and the remaining will goes to the private. That is called as a mixed economy. So what is a market economy? When I say market economy means in an economy where there's a demand and supply plays a role. But in a planned economy, government plays the role. In a mixed economy, government plus demand and supply play the role. Now, what is a market economy? For example, market economy means there's a demand and supply, right? We'll talk about demand and supply in detail in the next coming sessions. There I will talk in detail about demand and supply. Now, what is a free market economy? When I say market economy, markets are good ways to organize economic activity. For example, let us say about the chicken, right? Most of us are eating chicken or vegetables or tomatoes or onions, right? Now let us say that there's a price for there's a price increase for the what's called chicken. So tentatively, because of the economic principle, people will respond to the incentives. People will try to reduce the chicken purchases, or they will postpone their purchase of the chicken to the next time when the price comes down. Right now, what happened? Demand comes down. Right, simply demand comes down. Now, when there is a demand comes down, automatically what will happen? There will be more chicken with supplier, and the chicken will grow, and more chicken will be there in the economy without selling it, right? Because the demand came down because there is a price increase. So automatically what will happen? The supplier will be compelled to reduce the price of the chicken, all right? So he will try to reduce the chicken because there is no taker for the chicken. So he will try to reduce the chicken prices and come down. The chicken price will come down. Now, let us say that the chicken price normally it is 150 per kg, let us say, and today the chicken price is 250. So the price is on the higher side. So since the price is on the higher side, 250, people reduce their purchase. Automatically, there is a less demand for the chicken in the market, and there is a more supply for the chicken in the market. Now, what will happen? Since there is a less purchase, there is a less demand. Automatically, seller will try to reduce the the price of the chicken. Let us say he brings the price of the chicken to 100 rupees. Normal price is 150 rupees. So when the price comes down, what will happen? As I said earlier, people will respond to the incentives. People will buy more chicken, right? People will buy more chicken to take the incentives. So automatically, when the price comes down from 250 to 100, and the normal average price is 150, automatically people will try to buy more chicken. So instead of buying vegetables, they will try to use this chicken for some various purposes. They will reduce the purchase of what's called vegetables, and they will try to use chicken, right? Because the price came down below the average. So when the price comes down, automatically demand will increase. Demand will increase. So that means more people will buy it. Automatically, supply will decrease, and the demand will increase it. Now, what will happen? When there's a demand is more and the supply is less, automatically the supply is tend to increase the price to the another level, right? What we call in this phenomena, because it is a like the playing of demand and supply in the market, what we call the invisible hand. That means without knowing our interventions, the demand and supply will try to balance the price of the product, and they will try to and it will try to balance the demand and supply. And Adam Smith, the father of economics, called this process as an invisible hand, the hand of God. That means the demand and supply will come to the market and will play the role of balancing the price. That meaning unless there is a like monopoly, a free market economy is always better because it will try to balance the demand and supply. That's why most of the countries they have moved from market economy, this planned economy and mixed economy, to the free market economy. It is not completely true always, but there are some limitations also there that we'll discuss in the coming slides. So the markets are the good ways to organize economic activity. Means the demand and supply will play the role and will try to balance the price of the product in an economy if the market is free. That is, if you are not controlling the economy, and if you are leaving the entire control to the what's called the demand and supply. 1 second, students, please. Yeah, I could see a lot of questions. I think I will take up the questions the last, 15, 10 minutes I can give you so that you can ask the questions. Okay. So this free market is always good, but somebody asked me, India is following which market economy? Actually, in India, we follow a mixed economy, not a free economy. But if you look at the US, it's completely a free market economy. All right. We cannot give a clear-cut answer because in some places it is free market, in some places it's a mixed economy, but you can't find a planned economy as of now, right? Now coming to the the next principle. So I said the free market economy. Now coming to the free market, opposite of the free market economy. For example, what's called this principle: governments can sometimes improve market outcome. Now, I said you in the last slide. I told you. The demand and supply, balance the price, right? But it is not always true. It is not always true. For example, let us say that is called the invisible hand is not always true. Now, let us say, for example, the Indian Railway. For example, Indian Railway. Indian Railway is a monopoly, right? Or we can say that electricity is a monopoly in India, right? It is not given to the private. Now, let us say that if it is given to a free market economy, the electricity is given to free market economy. So the completely electricity will go to the free market economy, and the demand and supply will decide the price of electricity tariff, right? That is what we call as a free market economy. Now, the point is that in certain cases, if we give everything to the, what's called, to the private, if there is a monopoly, that will result in market power. That means, a single seller will try to influence it, and he can, stop his sellings, right? So he can influence the market. So the point is that in that cases, the government intervention is required. That is the reason. And if you look at in India, the electricity is still in the hand of the government, and railway is mostly around 90% is in the hand of government. Because if you give completely to the free market economy, right, there can be the externality, and there can be a market failure because the resources are limited only. For example, if you give the water allocation complete to the private hand, we cannot live without water, right? And if they increase the price, we have to buy the water. We will be compelled to buy the water. Even if they increase the price of the electricity tariff, we will be compelled to buy the electricity tariff. So it is not possible. That is the reason what we say, complete free market economy is not advisable. That is why we say that government intervention or government monitoring is required in a free market economy. Otherwise, there can be market collapse can happen, and it will result in market failure, and it can result in externality. For example, another example, pollution. If you don't control the pollution, if we give everything to the factories, and if there is no control on the factory, what will happen? We will have to pay for the pollution, and automatically it will collapse our economy. So when we say the free market economy is advisable, but there are some assumptions in the free market economy, but we also need the government intervention to to have a check on balance on the free market economy. So that is what we call as a government can sometimes improve the market. So under the how people interact, we have discussed trade can make everyone better off. I have given an example of a couple of countries and household. Then we talked about free market economy, markets, that is demand and supply, the force of demand and supply, the balance in the price, that is invisible hand. And finally, we have discussed about government intervention in the free market economy, because there can be market power, that is concentration of economic power, and that may result in market failure and externality, what we call as a, government intervention is required. Now, the last, the broad category of the principle, how the economy as a whole works. right? Now, the first principle in this category is called eighth principle, and the first principle under this broad category. So, a country's standard of living depends upon the ability to produce goods and services. Now, for example, if you look at the China, the standard of living is very high. If you look at Netherlands, the standard of living is high. If you look at UK, standard of living is very high. If you look at US, standard of living is high. If you look at some of the countries, for example, the Pakistan, the standard of living is very, very poor. If you look at the standard of living of the like Sri Lanka, it's very poor. The reason is that the production is very, very important in an economy. That's why this government, BJP government, is taking initiative. Not only this government, any government is trying to take initiative for producing within the country, right? Now, if you look at that's why we have Make in India programs and other Startup India programs. All those things are under this principle only. So, what is the point is the best way to make the country develop is the production, right? So what is the production? When I say for example, if you look at the Japan, if you look at Japan, 90% of 70 to 75% to 90% of their products are exported. It is already saturated in their home country. Domestic economy is saturated. It is exporting and they grow it, right? So what this man gives says that the standard of living can be improved by producing goods and services in the country. That is the reason we try to bring a lot of factories. For example, Apple is coming here, Samsung is coming, MG Motor is coming, Tesla is coming. So many countries are coming because we want to make more production. More production is more, employment, and more employment, more, income. More income is more buying and selling, and automatically it will flourish the economy. So we try to bring a lot of good factories and the production centers to the country, because the principle said that a country's standard of living purely depends upon the ability to produce goods and services. Then the ninth principle, the price rise when the government prints too much money. Now, what we call inflation, right? For example, let us say that you must have seen recently the Sri Lanka is they're facing very economic crisis. You must have seen it. Now, what is the problem? There are two issues here. One is the production issue. Second is a lot of other political instability and other factors also there. But what is my point is here, in a country, right? In a country, for example, there is an inflation in there, right? We can print a lot of monies, right? We have a printing press is there. We can print a lot of monies. But what we say is that when we print too much of money, right? That will result in inflation. For example, yesterday I went to market to buy the tomato with 20 rupees. Today I have to go with 100 rupees, right? So when there is more money in the market, automatically what will happen? The price of the value of the money will come down. Automatically, when the value of the money comes down, automatically it will result in the inflation, right? That means yesterday I paid 20 rupees for the tomato, and today I have to pay 100 rupees. That meaning is that either you can say that the price of the tomato is increased, or you can say the value of the money is decreased. These two statements you can make it. So what we call when we print too much of money in the economy, it will result in what's called the it will result in what's called the inflation, and inflation is likely to have a severe burden on the economy of what we call the social enemy. Inflation is called as a social enemy, and that can collapse the entire economy. You can see the classic example of our neighboring states, like neighboring countries like Pakistan recently. Then you have seen the Sri Lanka in this very recently. You have seen the Bangladesh long back. You have seen Bangladesh recently. You have seen Nepal also in this category. So when you print too much of money, that will result in inflation. That's another point. The last principle. This is little difficult to understand it, but I'll try to simplify it. like people will face short-term trade-off between inflation and unemployment. This is a little debated and little confusing also. For example, inflation. When I say inflation, means the price of the product is very high, right? When the price of the product is very high, right, that means, or the value of the money is reduced, automatically what will happen? People will tend to buy less product, right? So automatically, when people buy less product, automatically production will come down because there is no takers for the products. So automatically, what will happen? There'll be no job. People will send off the people. You have recently seen Google is sending off the people. You have seen Amazon is sending off the people. You have seen Twitter is sending off the people. You have seen Facebook is Meta is sending the people to the home, right? So the point is that if there is inflation is there, right? If there is a short-term inflation is there, that will result in unemployment. That balancing is there. So this is a little complicated. This is a part of macroeconomics, and it is also debated topic. It's called Philip curve. We'll discuss in detail about this topic in macroeconomics part. That time you will understand more it. So with this, I will wind up the principles of economics. So we have discussed about 10 principles of economics, and all these principles are very important in understanding economic theories and concepts. Now, my third topic: how economy works it. Now, how economy works it, I will simplify it very in a very simple way. You can see the chart here. So there are there are firms. Firms means the companies which are producing goods and services. It can be a bank, it can be an Apple company, or it can be any factory. Then we have household. Household means individuals, right? You and me, right? That's what we call as a household. Then there's a market. That means where we go and buy the goods and services. Then there's another concept, the market for factors of production. So what is the factors of production in economics? In economics means factors of production means, land, labor, capital. What we call as a factors of production, right? That means these three important parameters: labor, the land, and the capital. Capital means money. Land means the infrastructure and all, right? So these three things in economics, what we call what we called factors of production, right? Now, what economic theory says that the factors of production belongs to the society. It doesn't belong to the companies or the firms. So remember, the factors of production belongs to the household, society. And the goods and services which is produced out of the land and labor, capital, belongs to the firms, right? So automatically these two things, one is land and labor, capital, which belongs to the society. The owners of the land, labor, capital is society. It doesn't belong to the company, right? Then there's a product and services which belongs to the company because they produce it. So what is the economic theory say that the input which is required for producing goods and services, that is called labor, land, capital, which is belongs to the society. That means the society sells the labor, land, and capital to the firms. That means labor, we go and work it. Land, somebody will sell it. Capital, which is investment, that is people in the form of market or in the form of investment. So what the economic theory says, the factors of production belongs to society, and the society sell it to the firms. The firms takes this land, labor, capital as an input, and they produce goods and services, and they sell these goods and services to the people, that is household. They buy it, right? This is what we call as a economy. Now, to simplify it in a very simple way, I'll take only 5 minutes and I'll simplify it. Now, let us say, for example, there's a coffee shop. Let us say, coffee day shop is there, right? Now, in the coffee day shop, to produce the coffee, you need labor, you need a place, that is a building, and you need capital, investment. It is required. These three things are required. Now, what the economy says, these three things belongs to the society, right? Now coffee day, what coffee day do? Coffee day will produce the coffee, and they will sell it to the so the household, right? So there's a market for goods and services, and there's a market for factors of production. So in the case of market for factors of production, buyers are the firms and the sellers are household. In the case of market for goods and services, buyers are household and sellers are firms, right? Now look at the coffee day example. Suppose you want to take a coffee, right? You go to the coffee shop, you place the order for coffee. What do? You take the coffee, they make the coffee for you. How do they make the coffee? With the labor, land, and capital, right? So they got land, labor, and capital, and they make the coffee out of it, right? So you buy the coffee, right? You take the coffee and pay for, so let us say you pay 100 rupees. Now what this 100 rupees do? This 100 rupees, the owner of the coffee day will take this 100 rupees, will pay 10 rupees for, like employee, 5 rupees for sugar, 5 rupees for coffee powder, 5 rupees for electricity, 5 rupees for rent, 5 rupees in the form of dividends or the payment, right? For some examples. Now what we do? So he got 100 rupees. This 100 rupees in the form of coffee price, we pay 100 rupees to the society, the firm. What the firm do? Firm distribute this money to the different stakeholders. That is the owners, the labor you have to pay, the land you have to pay for the capital or other electricity, everything. Now what happened? The money, which is 100 rupees in your hand, goes to the firm, right? What the firm do? Firm give this money to the other persons, like a sugar seller. He give the money to the tea powder seller. He give the money to the labor. Again, the money comes to the society, right? So this system, right? This system is called circular flow of diagram. That is how the economy works. That means when you buy coffee and pay 100 rupees, the seller doesn't keep that 100 rupees in his bank account. He simply distribute among the different people, and he doesn't keep in his shelf 100 rupees. If he keeps in the 100 rupees in the shelf, then the economy will not work. So the same 100 rupees is again multiplied and is again distributed among the society in the form of what we call as a reward, what we call as a wage, rent, profit, right? So the economy works in this format only. So this is the way how this economy works, and this is what we call the circular flow of diagram. One of the very famous diagram in economics, and you must study about this diagram, and you must understand this, like circular flow of diagram. With this, I will stop it. I will take about. I have one more slide. Can I finish it? Can I finish it? Can I take 10 minutes? Yeah. Then I'll take 10 minutes. Yeah. So the last topic, this what we call economics of information. What is the economics of information? For example, if I set an economic question paper for you, right? I know the question, right? But you don't know, right? So there's a information gap between you and me. Suppose you have a bike, old bike is there, which is worth 50,000 rupees, but you try to sell it for 70,000 rupees, right? You know the quality of the bike, you know how the working condition, what is the mileage of your car, everything you know it, right? The buyer doesn't know, but what we call it is the economics of information, right? So what is the point is that the information is very, very important and it's very valued price in economics, right? For example, I don't know whether you remember it, long back, in Tirupati temple, they called a post of a peon, right? In the advertisement, they have given the qualification of the peon as a person who doesn't know how to read and write it. You know what is the reason? The reason is very simple. The peons, who carry the information, they used to disclose this information outside. So they decided to stop this information by advertising a post wherein they have listed the qualification as a person who doesn't know how to read and write it. So the economics, what we call as a asymmetric information, or we call it the information asymmetry. That means they say, information gap between, between, people. So for example, what we call, it will result in moral hazard or adverse selection. For example, in this case, what's called the bike, the actual worth is 50,000, but you're selling it for 75,000. So you are actually, doing a moral hazard, right? And the other person who is buying the bike for 75,000 will result in adverse selection because his decision was actually wrong. But he doesn't know because he is having information asymmetry. Because of that is reason he purchased a product. Otherwise, if he know that this bike is worth only 50,000 and this bike is having some problems, mileage issues, quality issues, the tire issues, insurance issues, all those issues are there. In that case, he would not have decided to buy the product, right? So that what we call economics of information, what we call as a information asymmetry, and there's always information asymmetry that will always create a problem in economics or result in moral hazard or adverse selection. With this, I will stop my presentation, and if you have any queries, I can take up the queries, and then after that we'll wind up. Regarding this, somebody, Vishwa Sandosh asked me about these classes and all, that you have to contact distance education, because we are not a part of distance education. We are part of our regular programs. We are outsourced for taking the session. So for that purpose, you can contact the distance education, the numbers which I think you must be carrying with you. Anything you want to ask? If you want material, I can share you the material. If somebody can, I've given already my contact details. You can send email. I can share you my materials. If you have any other queries, I can take up and you can. Any other questions?
So can you please refer any relevant books which you have taken now?
Actually, there's a book called Principles of Economics.
So can you say it again, sir?
There's a, I will
ping
type,
me.
Yeah, I will type it. The book is called Principles of Economics by Professor Mankiw.
And when are the first semester exams?
Actually, the details regarding your exams, your classes and all, you have to contact this distance education, because we are only bound to teach the classes, because we don't know about the exams and other things, right?
Okay, thank you.
So, fine.
Sir, actually, sir, how can we use the textbook, sir?
Meaning, matlab, I couldn't get you. No, either I think you have a reference book is there, right? So either you can buy the reference book, or you can buy the books, so whichever is your choice.
Sir, we get the
we received the books from university.
Actually,
sir, the class.
Since actually, see, please remember, we are university teachers, and we normally use books which are standard textbooks, which can make you things very simple. So the materials which are given by the distance education belongs to them. We don't intervene in that books, but we use normally standard textbook for our purpose.
Hello, I have one question.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
So yeah, as you said, like the distance education, they have provided some different books, right? So you're saying you're following some different book. So like for example, first so we should study things which you're teaching in the class, because I see a lot of things which is not present in the book, the distance education book. So should we study the questions will come from this part, or like from what you're teaching, or from the materials you are going to provide?
See, I will try to cover the content of the syllabus. That is my duty to complete the syllabus. Apart from that, we have to take some of the, contents which are not in the syllabus. But if we don't present it, it will be like a half-baked cake. So you won't, understand the, nitty-gritty in the economics. So what I do, I try to make it very simple and try to cover those topics which are not even there in the syllabus, because it is also a part of economics. So if I can teach only the content also, that will take only 6-7 days. I can finish it, but I have, as a responsible teacher, I have to look into the students' profile also.
Yeah,
And
understood. But my main question is like for exam purpose, like what should we study? Like the
exam,
question.
I think exam purpose, I think your syllabus content only will be asked. That's what I'm sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi,
So from
sir.
the DD
Yeah, please.
book, the syllabus.
Yeah, please.
Hi, sir. The presentation was really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the assignments. Do you have any assignments from your side from the first semester?
I think actually for us there is no assignment. From our side, I think they are giving the assignment. We are only supposed to teach. That is what I have been told.
Okay.
If you want, I can clarify with them and I can provide you. For the last couple of years, I am taking the session, but they have not been asked to give an assignment.
Okay, so one more question is like the examination pattern. Do you know what are the questions, like objective types, or whether it's a theoretical, how it is, sir? Any idea about that?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure about it. I think it's a theoretical only, no objective, multiple choices are not there.
Fine, sir. Thank you so
I
much.
think if you want, you can ask, or if you can go to the website of the Pondicherry University, you can get all old question papers are available on the website.
Yeah, I saw the question bank, so it will be helpful.
You can get it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
So totally we have 8 sessions for the subject.
Correct.
For only in the month of May, like from 6 to I think 28.
Yes. Normally they take in Saturday, Sunday, because there are many people who are working.
Yes.
So normally they take on Saturday and Sunday, and they will.
So after that, like we'll not have class till the examination.
I think no.
Will there be any session for like kind of revision, like before the exam starts, like that, for some Q&A and all?
I think it is there is no such kind, but you can contact the concerned teacher, and they'll be all will be very much free to help you.
Supportive.
Okay, via their email or.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sir, the syllabus is from Pondicherry University and the exams are conducted by Pondicherry. So do you prepare the questions for the exam, or is it done from externally some persons?
That I cannot make a comment on it. Okay, sorry. Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir.
I'll wind up because the next faculty is waiting for joining the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take up the questions
Thank
later.
you, sir.
Hello. I would like to know, have anyone received the course materials?
Rosie?
Hello, am I audible? I would
Yes.
like to.
Yes.
I would like to know one thing, that anyone received any type of course material from DD?
Yes, we received.
Yeah, the books were delivered. Yeah.
Yeah, books. I got it. Okay.
But I haven't received it yet.
But we also haven't received any book.
If anyone not received your books, now please contact your nearby post office. They didn't deliver at the appropriate time. That's the problem.
Actually,
I also haven't received my material, sir.
Please contact your nearby post office.
Okay, sir. Okay.
actually, the content explained by the professor and the content in the textbooks are different.
Hello. And sir, I would like to know another one thing that when will be the examinations? Means when will be our first semester examinations?
I think for now, no one knows this answer. The best is to reach out DD help desk, put a query to them. They will reply back.
Okay, sure.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Okay, I see that lot of people are there, 219. So, kindly mute your mics and start the class. And then, whenever needed, you can switch on the mics, right? Just I'll upload the screen. Wait for that.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Suitable.
Yes. Right.
Hi, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning.
Okay. So, right. As I told you, as there are too many students, kindly mute your mics. Okay. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Punita. I'm faculty of Directorate of Distance Education, and that means that we are exclusively faculty for you people. We are faculty of Directorate of Distance Education. Okay. So we will be seeing management concepts and organizational behavior. That would be the paper I'll be taking up for you. And I belong to HR department. Those who are having presentation of HRM will be
Your
having
voice is breaking. Sorry.
My voice is breaking. Let me see. Are you able to hear now properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right. So what I was saying is, yes. So those who are in HRM specialization will be having continuously classes with us till the 4th semester. For others, I'll be teaching you for 1st and 2nd semester. And for 1st semester, I'll be taking up this paper, Management Concepts and Organizational Behavior for you. Right? Okay. And as I told you, the online classes are a little bit taxing. We know that. Shanavaz Ahmed, can you please mute? Yeah, muted. I muted Shanavas. Okay. So what I have been saying is that, right, these online classes like this, as we have seen, a lot of disturbances will be there, and you will be having hard time to focus on the monitor or concentrate on what we are continuously teaching. It's not like face to face or in the classroom, where physically you will be present. And if you are physically present, you'll be monitoring, and now it's not possible. So you will have the freedom in your mind, so you'll not be able to follow what we are saying. For all these things, what I have a strategy to have in the classes, I will call you by name, those who are, because I can see the names. So I may ask you some questions. Still, it's not clear. Voice is breaking. Again, your voice is, I don't know. Still now it is okay. Last class was perfectly all right. Okay, let me say one thing. Are you able to hear now properly? Tell me. என்னோடதா அப்போ வாய்ஸ் வருமா ஓகே 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 just I turned off my video. Now you tell me whether you are able to properly hear. Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, right, so as I told you, I call you by name so that you can give me the answer. It's not that you have to give me the right answer, right? It can be anything. Just answer me so that I'll know that you are present in the class. That will be both, right? It will give motivation to me that I'm not just talking to the monitor, and it will be good for you because you will stay alert and listen because you might be called anytime. Is it okay for all of us? Is it okay? Yes, right. Some people say yes, so with that we will start, right? Okay. So be alert. I may call you by name, okay? So what is this subject? Management concepts and organizational behavior. So what is management? You have to know that to know what are the concepts of management, right? All of you have joined MBA with something in your mind. Am I right? You all of us have some kind of notion that I'm going to study MBA and what it would be in MBA and what I'm going to learn through that. So all of you will be having that. That is my question. Any one of you can tell me what is management? Let me call Ganesh Ram. Let's start with Ganesh Ram. Ganesh Ram Panir Selvam. What do you think management is? Okay, Ganesh Ram is not answering, so we call Yogeshwari. Oh, your mics are muted. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. But I think it would be better if it's a conversational thing. Otherwise, I don't know whether you'll be sleeping or listening. Oh, still my voice is breaking. Okay, then give me 2 minutes time. I'll talk to technical team and come back. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Now we can unmute ourselves.
It looks like there is some connectivity issues. Maybe that's why voice is breaking. Because for the previous class, I had a very good experience. The third semester were that was a wonderful class.
Now it is clear, ma'am.
Yeah, very
Clear.
good.
You can continue.
Okay. So as I call you, can Suresh Veeraperumal, can you tell me what is management in your view? Those who I am calling only unmute. Okay, others keep it in mute. I'll call by name, you unmute and talk, then we can go to the next person. If you want to say something or ask me anything, you raise your hand or put it in the chat. Okay, if you raise your hand or call me in the chat, I'll call your name, then you can unmute and speak so that the class will have a proper organizing. And as after all, we are all management now, management students. So let's have a proper understanding between ourselves to have an effective class, right? Okay. So Suresh Veeraperumal, can you tell me what is management in your perception?
Management is a control or organization of something. It may be a production
Very good.
company.
So
Yes.
according to you, management is control over the
Control
organization.
Yes.
So let me interpret as control over the resources of the organization. Okay.
Exactly. Yes.
So like control over the money or men or machine or material. So these are the 4 M's of management, right? We call it as the basic. The organization runs with these 4 M's. What are these 4 M's? Men, machine, money, material. Okay.
Okay.
So if you remember this, it will be very easier. So to start, you need to have all these 4, right? So if you have all these 4, you join all these, gather all these resources together, you start. But what you want to do? So management is answering these questions. What is your business? How you are going to run your business? When you are going to do what? Where you are going to run this business? And why is the reason? What is the reason why you want to conduct this business? And who will do what? Right? If you are able to answer these questions in detail and you are able to understand the answers, that is management. Right? Very simple. Like this. So this is what you will be studying in depth for all these 2 years. In circular motions, again and again, you will be going through this only, these basic things only, but in elaborate manner, we will be studying as different papers, right? So let us go by definition, because we need to have everything in words, then we will be able to understand. So what is management? Attainment of organizational goals. Let us see it word by word. It's a very wonderful definition. You will learn a lot through this. To attain the organizational goal, for that, what do you need first? You need to have a goal for the organization. Do you get my point? What is that goal? Usually, what is a business goal? An India Day, you can tell me. Usually, generally, what is the goal for a business An India Day? Are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, Gomati Ranji, can you answer? Ganeshram Panirselvam has raised hands. Can Ganeshram tell you what is it? Very good. Manoranjan has answered in the chat box. Earning profit by using optimum resources. Exactly. What would be the goal? Mostly, what would be the goal of any organization? It would be this. What is that? I need to have profit. I need to earn money. Right? So this is how any organizations work. So attainment of this goal in an effective and efficient manner. Because just to attain goal, you cannot go to illegal ways or unethical ways. It should be an effective, efficient manner. Because you cannot waste the resources. You cannot exploit the resources. These things you have to take in mind. So how do you do this? Through planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. Are you able to get the point? So a person who manages is manager. So who is a manager? What we expect him to do? He should have a set goals, right? To achieve that set goals, what they should be doing, develop the people who are working, direct them, control them, measure the performance of all the resources, organize the activities so much that you will have the expected output, motivate and communicate to the people to work more and attain the set goals. The one who does this outside activities is called a manager. Right? But manager is also a human. That's why see I have given a picture that a manager is a human with a cat, plant, and children. They have a life too. Okay? So a person who can control the organization, direct the people in the organization, manage the resources, and attain the goal of the organization is called a manager. So what are management innovations? Why management has to be studied and how management turns up, how it evolves through the innovations. What are these innovations? Innovations are turning points or twists that we make, small changes we make to the existing protocol procedures to come up with a new idea or new procedure. That is what innovation is. Inventions are new things, finding new things. Innovations are making the old things into something new, right? So management is mostly innovations. What do we do? What do we have in the base? We try to change and work with that. That is innovations and innovations of management. So what are all the basic philosophies, ideas, which changes the management? Inventions, first of all. Any invention for that matter changes the industry, scenario itself, right? Like for example, softwares or computers in the last millennia. This millennia, what is it? We are saying that chat GPT or AI, which can replace the human brain, which can replace what the human brain does. Invention. See, this invention may bring a lot of management changes. Instead of having a supervisor, you may have just to have an AI monitoring you, find out what you are doing and change. So inventions have this capacity. Second one is catastrophes. What are catastrophes? Big, changes like tsunami, which changes the way how we see exploitation of resources. Then pandemics. I don't have to explain that. How the management, how our workplace and the way of working, supervising, controlling have changed after Corona. All of us are witnessing. And the best example is our class now. Before Corona, before pandemic, we were having face-to-face class, right? It was an offline class. What happened now? It is online. So what do? We are finding out new methods of how to teach in online. So we are coming up with new softwares, a lot of new management methods, how to maintain the attendance through online, how to evaluate through online. Are able to understand? So pandemic, wars, same way. It changes the entire economical state of the world as well as the resource state of the world. Then economical imbalances caused by many things like scam or once again any private catastrophes. And then it comes to technology, inventions and technology under one umbrella. So management is vulnerable to all these factors. Change the way we see the management in organizations, right? Just I have given you a few pictures based on that factors. See how we are witnessing right now how the management of organizations are getting modified or interpreted, changed because of these invention of a wheel or inventions of TV, tsunamis, pandemic, war, or any economical imbalance. All these things, remember this. So, which have a greater implications in the management scenarios, right? So what is this management and what are the levels in management? Usually, even though there are many levels in management, we say there are three major levels in management. What are they? Top level management, middle level management, and low level management, right? What is the low level management? Low level management are like supervisors or foremen in a factory where they will be having few people to monitor, right? So they are low level management, okay? And middle level management will be executives or assistant managers as we can, who will be having a little more authority than the low level managers, but will not have a say in policy making or decision making, right? They will be just following the protocol. So they belong to middle level. And what are top level management? Top level management is a decision making and policy making authority, right? So they will be monitoring the entire people, but they will not be directly working in the ground, in the field, okay? They will just do only the major policy making or major decision making works in the organization. So these are the three levels of management in an organization. And as this is the first paper in MBA, I would like to say a few tips of how to interpret these diagrams. Usually we draw this triangle pyramid shape for these kind of hierarchies. Why is that? This depicts the population in each sector. Say, for example, here, low-level management will have more people than middle-level management, and top level will be very few than middle-level management. So, according to space available in that pyramid, it says that the population in that sector is how it is rated to the other one, right? That is why we use this kind of pictures. When you are drawing pictures, you should remember that. You cannot draw a circle and put top level, middle level, and lower level. Are you able to get my point? You have to know the implications of the diagrams too when you are using diagrams in the management papers, right? Okay. So we come to the next important topic of a manager, management. What are management skills? Who can be a manager? And what we expect from a person called manager, right? What are the basic skills we need? The first one is called as conceptual skills. Who can be a good leader and a manager, One who can see beyond, right? What do we call it as? It's a cognitive ability, right? See, for example, how to understand this. When you have fever, okay? Where do you feel the fever? Usually in your forehead, right? So when you go to the doctor, he will see that you have a fever. Does he treat your forehead? No, obviously, right? The person who manages your body, the doctor, should be having the cognitive ability to see your body as a whole system. Are you able to understand? The fever is a symptom which is manifesting or getting displayed in your forehead. That doesn't mean that your forehead is having the problem. Right? So you should be able to see beyond and find what is the problem for you to have the fever. This is called conceptual skills. Right? So this cognitive ability is a basic essentiality. One who is not having this cognitive ability cannot become a manager at all. He can only be a follower. Okay? Even though you want to be a supervisor, he can never become a top management person, because a top management leader who will have a holistic approach. Anything should be seen as holistic, the whole picture. Okay, right. The second one is human skills. This is the difference between a manager and a leader, right? A leader will have a conceptual skill and human skill. The moment the manager becomes a people person, he becomes a leader, right? Because we obey the manager because of hierarchy, but we follow a leader because of affection, affiliation. Do you see the difference? So this human skill is the differentiating factor between a manager and a leader, right? A person who is having the empathy towards the people will be able to understand the people. Why we need to understand the people? As I told you, there are 4 gems in an organization. Material and mission will do whatever you say, right? Can you please provide the link to the presentation slides? Okay, I'll do that later. Okay. So what about that? Yes, human skills. So as I told you, other 3 M's will be very obedient to you. You want to invest the money in some place, the money is not going to object. Okay. You want to put it in another bank, the money is not going to object. You want to move the machine from one place to other. You have joined in 2 modes. I don't think so. I have joined through this only. Again, my voice is breaking. Let me see where I have joined in another mode. But no, I have joined only in this. Let me check with my technical team whether they have used my ID and joined, right? Wait.
Madam, your voice is not coming.
Okay. So I checked. The voice is breaking not because of anything else, because of internet connectivity issues and okay, connectivity issues. That is why other classes are also getting disturbed. So not only for us. So it is not because of our class or our things. Okay, need not worry about that. Maybe because of the traffic in the internet connectivity, we are having this problem. So let's continue. Okay, right. Let me try the mic a little bit nearer so that whether you will be able to hear properly. You tell me whether it is clear now. Okay. Is it audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Very,
ma'am.
very clear. Very clear.
Very clear. Right. I kept the mic near me. Okay. So where were we? Right. So human skills, right? So that is why what say the mission is not going to object you, right? But imagine you are going to transfer or you are going to move the factory from place to another. Are the human just like that say yes and go? No, they are not. They are going to fight with you, right? They don't want to get transferred. They don't want to move from one place to another one, right? So human skills is a essential skill for any teacher if you want to manage people and leader. Remember that always. You can be a production manager, you can be a sales manager, or whatever you might be in the management. But you need to have this human skill if you want to be a good manager or good leader, right? The third one is technical skill. Technical skill, what we mentioned here, is not only the computer technical skill which you are thinking. Technical skill is whatever you are, wherever you are, whichever department you are, you should be able to understand what is in that department, right? Again, it is breaking. I think we cannot help it because university connectivity may be having witnessing a little problem.
Actually, for me, your voice is very clear.
Oh, maybe then for use of others, kindly check then your voice, please. Your connectivity, please. Okay?
Yeah, it is clear, ma'am. It is clear.
Yes. Okay. Those who are not able to hear properly, kindly check your connectivity, right? I think we are fine here then, as many of you are able to hear properly. Okay. So technical skill is about your department. What, see, for example, you want to be a team leader in your area. If you want to be a team leader in a middle level management level, if you want to be there, then you should know the project well before any of your team people. Do you get my point? If you are not having that stuff, you cannot be a manager. Anyone else can step on you and go above, right? So you should have that confident on what you are doing, technical skill. Technicality, what we mean here is whatever you do, whatever may be the project you are having, whatever may be that you are managing, know that the knowledge of what you are doing and what you are expecting your people to do. Are you able to get my point? So these are the three skills which are essential for any manager or any person to become a manager, right? Conceptual, human, and technical skills. Just for this is a visual understanding of what is conceptual, what is technical, and what is human skills, right? Okay. So this is human skills and technical skills, right? Right. See, this is conceptual. You have to ask the question. Usually, cognitive ability is logical, mathematical, analytical, and reasoning. Right? You can check yourself how able you are. First one is you conceptualizing. What is it? Right? Asking the question logically. Right? Then reasoning it. Analyze and then reason it out. Most of the time, calculations will help. Okay, so mathematical ability. If you are having this logical, analytical, reasoning, and maths ability, if you are good in that, you have that cognitive ability at its best. You can develop it also. You can just train yourself. If you are going to be a manager, you can train, how we can develop these skills. You can work out some logical puzzles, or you can start analyzing each and everything. give reasons, argue for it, and like this, you are able to work out ratios. All these things will help you in accumulating the cognitive ability, right? Some of us are, some of us will be good by birth. You might be good in that, and if you are feeling you are lacking, you can develop these abilities. And what is human skills? Human skills are, you need to have a vision of how these people will grow, and you should have the competence to control the people. And charisma is the added advantage, like it comes with birth, or it comes with experience. Actually, making people listen to you, attracting people. That is charisma. And communication. Communication is one of the important factor to gain the charisma, right? So if you have all this, you will start inspiring the people. The one person who is able to inspire and attract people will have the human skill and will become a very good leader. And technique has to be, it's not a single role. Manager may be called as a manager, but he has to be various, playing various roles to become a good manager. The first role is informational. He should be able to disseminate the information to others. Why this becomes an important thing, because you cannot just like that distribute the information to everyone, right? That's why we say that knowledge is a double-edged sword. If you are giving information to some people, and now we are witnessing that, like knowledge is everywhere. You just, whatever you want to know, open Google, YouTube, you will have a video on that. Previously, there was some kind of monitoring on what knowledge should be disseminated to whom. Now, nothing. Any person, even a 3-year-old, can know the recipe of how to cook something, and they can go to the kitchen and start doing. See the risk in that, see the danger in that. Knowledge is like that. The information should be, what do you say, monitored, controlled, where it should be distributed. So dissemination of the information should be monitored. And more than that, a manager has to act as a spokesperson for both, like a liaising person, because manager has people under him, subordinates under him. And for them, he is like a fatherly figure. He is responsible for them. So he has to talk for the employees to the management, and he has to talk to the employees for the management, both sides. So he is like a spokesperson for, liaising officer for the superiors as well as other subordinates. So we call it as a informational role. The next one is interpersonal role. As I told, liaising is also an interpersonal role, because it is not only in disseminating information, but also empathizing towards both sides. Say, for example, sometimes it is not only always empathizing towards employees, say, for example, every year the organization gives bonus. This year they don't have profit, so they are not able to give. But the employees or the laborers want to go to a strike to get the bonus. Here, the manager should have empathy towards the management and act as spokesperson for the management, the employee, saying that the management is not having money, they are facing loss, so he has to convince the subordinates not to go for it. Are you able to understand? So here he acts as a leader, he acts as a liaison officer, and also as a spokesperson. That is interpersonal role. The third one is decisional role. Any manager. So what happens? He is an entrepreneur by himself, any manager, because he has to decide. When he is deciding, that means he is taking risk. Any person who is taking risk is an entrepreneur, right? Also, he becomes a negotiator. What is negotiating? As I told you now, he might be negotiating for the bonus, not 50%, go for 20%. Negotiator. And also resource allocator. See, if he is having only 3 computers with him as a spare, and all of his subordinates, a few of them are having problem, he should be able to allocate the resource properly among his subordinates, right? So like this, he has to play a lot of roles. A manager has to play a lot of roles, right? So we enter into the next topic. So far we have seen what is management, who is a manager, what are the skills he should need, and what roles he has to play. Any doubts in this? This is a basic of management. Unless you understand this clearly, there is no point in moving forward. So I request you, if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. You can type in a chat box. We will address it immediately. Any doubts? Clear? Okay. Okay. Based on few people feedback, thank you. We are going to the next one, right? Again, this is a very important topic. This you will read only in this paper this semester. So we are going to read this clearly. Okay. So what is this? Any business has to has a social responsibility. Okay, before starting, we have one query by Kishore Kumar. Is managers born or made? Age-old question. Often we ask this question. There is another one question like this. What is management art or science? Right? These are debatable questions. Is a manager born or made? Mostly managers are made. Right? You can study the management, you can study the techniques of organizing, controlling, learning, monitoring, and you have a lot of softwares to do that now on behalf of you. Even the planning or monitoring, directing, everything can be done through softwares, which is an assistance to the managers. So by learning these things and practicing these things, like a doctor, by practicing the management, any person can become a manager. In that way, managers are made, right? But there is one but for this question. Leaders might be only born, right? All the leaders could be managers, but all the managers need not essentially be leaders. Remember that. But all the employees look up to leaders. What we need as the employee, as a subordinate, all of us is a leader, right? Not a manager. If I have a problem, I would like to go to my superior who can lead me, right? Not a person who is giving me rules or regulations of the organizations and ask me to go follow them. Do you get my point? So if you want to become an effective manager, then you should be a good leader. If you want to be a good leader, that should be the qualities born with you. Or else, again, I would say it is again debatable. It's not that leaders also can develop the qualities. What one quality I would say, empathy. If you are able to mature enough in your age and become empathetical during your life journey, most of the people can become leaders, right? Okay, so there is another one question. Managers are decision makers. Yes. We will be seeing this elaborately in the next topic where we will be seeing the decision making. Till that, Srinivas Rao, I request you to remember this question. Ask me when we are looking in the decision making topic. Okay? Okay, so that I think the questions are over. We come back to the topic. Social responsibility of business. Okay? What is this? This is about giving back to the society. What we say, the business maybe are for individuals or for a group of people who are founders of the organization, who start the business. And as we have seen in the first period itself, what is that? Why we run a business? To earn profit. What would be the goal? One goal which is common for all the organizations? Profit making, maximization of the resources, profit, right? But even though the society is allowing the business to run, the business industries are taking up the resources from the society. Can anyone deny that? No. The resources, water, air, or for that any ore from the ground, or any synthetics made out of the ore from the ground, whatever it is by nature, right? That belongs to the society. You get my point? Say, for example, a car company or a leather industry use extensive waters, right? Whose water is that? Do you say that that belongs to industry? No, it's a common, common resource. That is not only for the people now, but that is for the people in the future. Do you get my point? If you are over exploiting water, you are using your grandchildren's water, not your water. Right? If you are spoiling the air, you are spoiling the air for the future generation. Your air, you spoil, it is yours. Are you able to understand? So that is where society comes in alignment with the industry. Society is giving for the industry, all these things. Society is providing for any business, right? So what happens? It becomes a responsibility of any business to do two things. One is do no harm. That is the first thing. We are saying if you are not able to give back to the society, at least do no harm by your business. Are you able to understand? Why we say that, how to make you understand? I'll tell you. When I talk about leather industry in Tamil Nadu, there is one district called Velur where a lot of leather industries are there, you know. So what happened? Leather industries use extensive water to clean up the leather. And these waters are not getting evaporated. When they are contaminated, it's polluted water has to be channelized somewhere or drained out, right? So what happens? They take the water from the river, pass it through the industry, it cleans, gets polluted, come back to the river. Are you able to understand? So what happened? Years of this industry has spoiled not only the river, but also the entire land, agricultural land, which passes through the river, right? So this is the problem. So what we say, do no harm. That is the first responsibility of the business towards a society, right? So if you want to do better, next second step is do good. Okay? If you want to give back to the society, do good. So these are the two steps. First one is do no harm. Second one is do good. This is a social responsibility of business. So what do we call as do no harm? Waste disposal, responsible waste disposal. Take care of the employees. This is not about employee welfare, means what we say safety. Chemical factories which doesn't look about the employee safety. There are so many industries where employee safety is not taken into consideration. You know, nearby, near Pondicherry, there is a place called Marakanam, where salt making industries are there. How salt is made, you know, the backwaters, the water from the sea will be taken into the ground, dried up, like it will like agricultural lands. Square or rectangle lands will be there, salt lake. So the water will be poured into these stagnated, dried up by the sun. Once it is dried up, the entire place will be looking white, glittery white, shining. So the people have to take scrap the salt with a shovel. Scrap the salt. You know, there is a mandatory condition that the people who are scrapping the salt should have a high powered light cutter glasses for their eyes. Otherwise, what happens, you know, if they are continuously looking into the shining white light, they will go blind in a few years. No salt industry owners takes this into consideration. Many people go blind because of that. This is what we call as employee welfare here. Like chemical industries where they don't give proper aprons or glasses or helmets, or in silica or iron ore industries where this is not considered, like this. And the third one is fair trade. Don't cheat. It might not be cheating people, any stakeholder, government or people or whoever is a stakeholder with that. Then legal compliance. Don't do any illegal things. Right? So this is do no harm. What is doing good? If you are a good company, you are earning a lot of profit. Be eco-friendly. Use a lot of paper packages. Go green. You can build a school. You can build toilets. You can do something to the society. So this is doing good, giving back to the society. So this is what we call a social responsibility of the business. So what we call as responsibilities? First one is philanthropic responsibility. What is philanthropic? You can do charity. Say 10% of my profits I will give to so NGO, like that. You can have any kind of philanthropic responsibility. Altruism and charity, we call it as. The second one is ethical responsibility. What is that? Having a trustworthy, fair, environmental friendly, loyal, honest business. That is ethical responsibility. The third one is doing in all way. Yes, third one is legal responsibility, right? Why we say is both, you know, legal responsibility is lower level. AK, I am addressing AK. Ethical business is legal. Ethical is a little bit higher than legal responsibility, you know, because some things are not said in the law, but being ethical, takes that into consideration. Okay, so that's legal responsibility is tax payment or legal business conduct, not conducting anything illegal. Economic responsibility is making a fair trade business, like sustainable practices, just use of resources. That is, as I told you, you use your generation resource, don't use your grandchildren's resource. That is just use of resource. And waste minimizing. We are far away from waste minimizing because we never give value to these plastic covers or water. We take it for granted, even pencils and papers, we never think that every paper is part of tree, right? So we are far long than following these responsibilities. But let us understand, learn, and even a small step towards being responsible, will make a big change in the society. That's why I'm stressing up these things. Okay, so these are the responsibilities of society. So this is called a social responsibility. We call it as CSR, corporate social responsibility. You can see that a lot of CSR activities going on in many companies. If you want to know more, you can go to the Google and check what companies have CSR activities. Most of it may be for namesake, but some companies really do some CSR, which is good to giving back to the society. Okay, right. So we come back to the management line. And what is the first function? How we study this subject, we will be seeing in detail the other functions of the management, as we see in the first one: planning, directing, controlling, monitoring, staffing, all these things. The first one is, yes, thank you, AK, that Wipro, TCS are examples. First function of organization is planning. Okay, any organization for that matter, not organization, for any work for that matter, we have to start with planning. Yeah, which, if the planning is not okay, the entire implementation will not be okay. Remember that. So planning is the first and foremost function, which is the very important function of any organization management, right? Okay. So how do we start with this planning? To start with the planning itself, you should have what you have to plan for. What is the output? How do you know that? We used to say we have to have 3 things in an organization. What are these 3 things? Vision, mission, and objective. Right? What are these things? Again, see the diagram. Okay? It's a pyramid diagram. That means objective is bigger, mission is middle, and vision is very small. Do you understand? So that is how this is designed. So what is this? A vision is a long range plan. That means, see, for example, I am starting an organization. My vision is, in another 10 years, I should be the number one in supplying this particular product in a particular state. Right? This is my vision. Okay? So to attain that in 10 years, I should be able to do what? For 5 years, first 5 years, or first 2 years, or first 3 years. Right? That is my mission. Okay? So what I can, let us take this example. In Tamil Nadu, in another 10 years, I should be the number one supplier of what do you say, so and so, what do you say, let us say a telephone technology. Okay, it is in front of me. Okay, I want to be the number one supplier of this particular telephone model. Right? So what should be the mission of me, I should try to make it as a middle range plan. Mission is middle range. Let me say, in another 2 years, I should have the best researched technology or best model phone designed and produced in next 2 years. That is my mission. Okay. So what could be my objective, for the next 6 months or 1 year? Within 1 year, my research and development should be completed and I should have a prototype of my first model of telephone. You get my point? So the objective is a smaller range, prototype. So once I finish this in the first year, I have made the prototype. Okay. So what I do, Next objective I will go. I will not change the mission because mission is still having one more year, 2 years mission is. So now I would next year objective will be try to find out or start the production of this prototype. After producing this prototype, say 1,000 units. Are you able to understand? This is my objective. So what happens the second year end? My mission is accomplished. Right? What is my mission? My research and development should be completed. Yes, done. Okay, now I have to change my mission now. For the next 3 years, my mission would be finding the marketing channels and finding the distributors so that I can reach nook and corner of the state. This is my mission. Okay, so what I do for the first year, my objective would be find distributors for 5 districts. Next objective, find distributors for 10 districts. So by third year, I will complete my mission. Again, I will go for next 3 years, next to my mission. Take the utmost marketing strategies, sales strategies, and try to become number 1 in the state. That is my mission for the third year. So what happens now? I am aligning with my mission. So my objectives will now target on the sales, not production or research, sales. So slowly, one by one, when I am reaching the 10th year, my objective will be aligning with my mission, which is aligning with my mission. So vision accomplished. Right? So when vision is over, I will have the next vision. Maybe in another 10 years, let me be the number 1 in the country. Let my company be taking up foreign collaborations. That would be my vision. Right? Or founding a foundation to help back the society. That is my vision. Do you get my point? So vision is a long range, missions are middle, objectives are short. So any organization's first planning is to have vision, mission, and objectives. Right? So what is this organizational planning is after that? For the objective, for 1 year, you have to have designed the plan, develop the plan, operate the plan, execute the plan, implement it, observe and learn from the plan, get the feedback, learn, and now go to the first step. Right? Because you have learned something from the previous plan. Now change those things. Now design a proper plan, develop the plan, operate, execute, observe, go to the first step for next year. What do you understand from that? Planning is a continuous process. Planning is not going to stop with one time. Planning is going to continue. Right? Planning is a continuous process. So what are short and long-term plans? Short-term plans are immediate and very flexible. You can change whenever you want. But long-term plans are rigid. You cannot change that. If you plan for long-term, it should be strong enough. You can change the short-term to reach the long-term plan, no matter how problematic struggle you have to face with the short-term plans. You can change it, but not the long-term. Right? Usually, what is the duration? Short-term can be anywhere from 6 months to 1 year, and long-term can be anywhere from 2 years to 5 years. Right? It depends on the organization, vision, mission, and goals. So, what are the types of these plans? Single use versus standing plans. Single use are like use and throw. You are planning for a particular task, a small task or assignment or a project. They are single use plans. Standing plans are repetitive. You will be using the same plan every year with small changes in it. That, like I told you with the feedbacks, you will be changing smaller things in that. Once again, this policy or rule or procedures, we call them as policy, rules and procedures, for example, like policies and procedures, rules and regulations, models, methods, protocols, all these are standing plans. Right? It is rigid. You make it, you print it, you paste it. So everybody has to follow that. They are standing plans. Right? Of course, they are also changeable, but not very often. Right? With that, next topic is MBO. MBO is also like a planning process. That is why I want to tell you in the planning itself. MBO is management by objectives. Right? What is an objective? It is nothing but a detailed plan for 1 year. So what is management by objectives? When you drive the management by the objectives, that is indirectly by the plans, that method of management is called MBO, management by objectives. So every employee and the manager have the goal, personal goal or organizational goal, departmental goal, a team goal, whatever it is. All the goals aligned towards the objective is management by objective. So the objective will be the driving feature. Are you able to get the fuel will be the objective. So everybody will be pushing themselves towards the objective of the organization. So this is called the MBO. It's actually MBO, it's a separate paper. It's a very big concept. Now just we will get the introduction of what is MBO. If you want to learn more, we will be studying this in various papers, which is coming in next semesters also. But before that, just for introduction, this is management objectives. With that, we are exactly by 1 hour, we are concluding this session. We will be meeting tomorrow. Okay. In the same time, tomorrow we will be having the class. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes for clarifying the queries and what does Pradeep Day is saying. Ma'am, this is a generic query. Today is our first class. Most of us doesn't have an idea of evaluation of individual performance or summary awareness on assignments and exam paper patterns. Exam question papers are available in the website itself, DD website. So you can see that the question paper models are there. Assignments for your batch is not mandatory. Okay. We only have final semester exams or no intermediate assignments you don't have for this batch. Next batch you'll be having. Today is same thing. Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Balakrishnan. When will be the first semester exams? First semester exams will be most probably in June. The schedule will be soon announced. Kindly visit the website often. Okay, so you don't miss the notification. See, I request you all go to DD website at least once a week. Okay, so that you will not miss a notification. Of course, we will send through email.
You mean June?
Yes.
June means next month.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's because normally each semester will have some time, right? So 4 months, 5 months. So why?
January batch, right?
Oh, the class should have started earlier.
Not like that. See, actually, after the pandemic, all the admissions and these batches are getting delayed. Okay, you are the first batch who are getting into the admission on time. You are January batch, so you have got into the batch exactly on January. And you are the first batch after 3 years who are writing the exam on time, June. All your seniors.
Yeah, but still the classes should have commenced earlier, right?
No, your admissions were ended up only some 15 days ago as per UGC.
Yes.
So this is how the batches will go. Okay. So you will be having the first semester will be like this. Second semester will be immediately starting after the examination. So December you will have the exam. Right?
Yeah. Like for second semester, like we will have some 4 months times to study,
6
right?
months you will have 6 months.
Yeah, but for this semester, like I think we have we don't have time since the classes are starting late.
Yes, but be thankful because you are the first batch, as I told you, after 3 years, who are getting the examination on time. Because of pandemic, everything was delayed for the last 3 years. Okay.
So it will be in the end of the June at least, right? Or beginning.
I'm not very sure about it because we don't conduct the examination of university conduct the examinations. So we cannot exactly say when where they conduct. It's up to them. That is why I told you kindly see the website for notifications. Don't miss them.
So, ma'am, actually, hello. Hello. I have a question. Hello. So, if
Who is this
someone doesn't
Balaji?
get
cannot give the exam on time, the semester 1 exam, what will happen? Like,
see, you have 4 years time from the date of joining. Okay. See, for example, you are January batch now.
Yeah.
So you have the first semester in June, second semester in December. So
Yeah.
fourth semester in next December. That is 24 December. Okay. Exactly, you have 2 more years. Till 26 December, you can write your papers. Right?
Okay.
When 27 January starts, your course is exhausted. You can no more write the examinations. Keep it in mind. So complete all the papers before 4 years.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So the exam will be conducted 2 times a year?
Yes, exams
Like
will be conducted
June
twice a
and
year.
December.
June and December. Yes,
Ma'am,
exactly.
it will be online or offline?
Exams are offline, no online exams.
Offline meaning we have to go somewhere and give.
Yes, you have to go somewhere and write the exams.
Okay.
Are these exams only weekends or weekdays?
No, exams will be during weekdays.
Okay.
So ma'am, this semester only we don't have the assignments. Otherwise, the different semesters will be having assignments, right?
Assignments, don't worry.
Do we have project works and all?
Yes, you have project work in your 4th semester.
Okay.
You can visit the website for the details of that. You need not worry now. You can do it after completion of your 3rd semester. Because you are supposed to submit during only 4th semester.
Ma'am, any point of contact lecturer to, like, if I have any doubts regarding this individually, like if you want to reach out
Yes,
any.
of course, but you are supposed to clarify your doubts during these 8 days classes. After that, still, if you have any doubts, we are 3 faculties dedicated to you. That is exclusive faculty for DDE. You can contact us through phone or email, and our details are available in the website.
So exactly, we will get the questions from the syllabus which is inside the books, because how do we know what all
That is
questions
only
mainly they will
study
ask?
material. Study
Okay.
material is to assist you. So see the syllabus. As you are PG students and management students, this is a professional course. Remember that. So this is not like a school. You can expect something from the book. Keep your eyes and ears open. See the advertisements. See the newspapers. See how the industries are working. So there will be questions from the general present scenarios also. Right? We cannot give assurance because it depends on the teaching sector.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. I just
Hello.
Your course is to be on par with regular. Remember that too, the society is expecting you to be a regular MBA, not distance MBA. So be sincere toward the course and study as much as possible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Once again,
I'm Abid.
Santosh, I've asked one question. Are these classes part of a regular class of a semester? Not part of. Vishwa, this is your class for this semester. You have 8 days per 5 hours. That is 5 hours per day. That means 40 sessions. For one paper, you will be having 8 classes. Right? Starting from today, 12 to 1 for next 4 weeks, Saturday and Sunday, you will have this paper. That means 8 hours will be over. Okay? And all the classes will go like this only.
By any chance we miss the classes, we'll be having the recorded session, right, ma'am?
Sometimes, but we cannot assure that. It depends on the availability in the server. We cannot assure that. So it is better. I advise that you attend the class then and there itself.
Okay, hope the attendance will be not the mandatory.
For 4 weeks. Okay.
Attendance is not a mandatory, right, ma'am?
Yes, attendance is not mandatory for your batch again. You are the lucky batch, you don't have internal assessment or attendance mandatory.
No. Is that the statement is valid for only this semester or all of the 4 years?
For 4 semesters, not 4 years.
Will you share this, the presentation or other documents with us?
It depends on the teachers, because it is intellectual property of the teachers. And remember, PPTs are only teaching tools, not learning tools. This is to help me to teach you. Okay, so that is why I make a lot of pictures in the PPT so that you will not depend on this, because the experience says so. Students get this PPT and only study this and write in the papers. I get shocked. Only bullet points are in the paper, so you will not get passed through. So to avoid that, nowadays I give only pictures, so that even I give you the PPT, it will be of no use to you. You have to go through the book.
Okay, ma'am. But the material.
Hello,
what
ma'am.
you... Hello.
One by one, please.
Ma'am, actually, the material what the Pondicherry is providing us, is that sufficient or do we need to refer any books for this?
It is up to you. If you want more marks and if you want to be a good manager in future, see, for example, understand that this course is not to get the degree. This course is to learn to be a good manager or to be the organization, right? So it is up to you how much you want to study. You can study various books also.
But actually we are new to this, so we are asking you, like, since we are working, like, yeah, you're right, like we have to gain a different experience from different resources, but can you guide us with the what resources we can check for exam point of view, as well as, like, to gain
You
the
have the
knowledge?
different end of the syllabus in the study material itself. You open the study material, under the syllabus page, you have reference books list for all the papers.
So,
You can go through that.
ma'am, here I'm Abir Chai. Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, Abir Chai, tell me.
Very good sessions, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. As you are a part of the DD, so I would like to ask you two questions.
Yes.
Ma'am, my admission is confirmed in the month of March itself. So, am I in the January batch, right?
Yes, you are in January batch.
Okay, thanks, ma'am. And the second one is, I just received my course material from the Pondicherry University DD, but I got only 3 course materials, means the 3 books. Okay, ma'am. So one is for this management concepts and organizational behavior, and the other 2 for the managerial economics and accounting for managers. But I haven't received the books for the business environment and research methodology. So I would
Okay, I'll
like.
check with that with the office. I'm not very sure about that. You ask me tomorrow. I'll give you a definite answer. Okay, what is the status? I don't know actually. I'll check with the office.
Okay. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you.
I'll get to it tomorrow. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Please share
Excuse
your
me, ma'am.
email ID, madam.
Yes, who is that? Offline classes for upcoming semester. Yes, of course. We are preparing for hybrid mode next time. And Rajini Govindan, admission last month. Yeah, you are in January. And Rajini Govindan, you are in Jan batch. All have received only 3 books. That means that the other 2 books will be dispatched to you, all of you, soon. Okay. So those who have got only 3 books, kindly ask me tomorrow. I'll give you a definite answer. Okay.
Ma'am, if someone doesn't pass in one paper, and suppose there are 4 papers and one doesn't pass in one paper,
okay,
so what will happen?
You will have the arrears exam. You can write in the next semester exams.
Okay, so only for that paper, right?
Yeah, only for that paper. Arrears you can write in the next time.
Okay, got it. Yeah, hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. I just want to ask that if I don't want to give exam 1 or 2 paper, can I, or I can leave for the next semester?
Whenever you want, you can write, but provided you have to finish in 4 years. That's what I'm again and again saying. Okay, your course's duration is 2 years. You have 2 years plus. So within 4 years, you can write the papers whenever you want. There is no condition. This time
Yeah, same thing, ma'am. Madam, just I want to confirm that suppose in this semester I want to give only 3 papers, and I want to leave 2 papers for the next semester. Can I? Okay.
Yes, you can. Okay.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So with that, we wind session up today. I know still you have queries regarding the question papers and other things. I will again answer your questions tomorrow after the class, right? So till that, keep the questions thinking that tomorrow we will have that. Okay. Thank you very much for the patience listening. Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow.
Yeah,
by
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
என்னோட பேர்லயே போகல, உங்களோட பேர்ல பாலகிருஷ்ணன், தேங்க்யூ பாலகிருஷ்ணன்றாங்க. என் பேர்ல போனாதான் நான் அட்டண்டன்ஸே எனக்கு இன்னைக்கு போயிருக்காது, மூணுக்குமே ஆப்சன்ட் தான் நான் அட்டன் பண்ணாங்க. என்ன என்னோட பேர்ல சத்யா பாலகிருஷ்ணன் பொண்ணு சத்யா செம்மேனன் தானே என்னோட பேர் கொடுத்துருக்கீங்க. பாலகிருஷ்ணன் தான் போயிருக்கு, உங்களோட இதுல அட்டன் பண்ணிருக்கேன் நான்.
Hello, students.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all of you.
Okay.
Yeah, let us wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Let others join. So today we'll be discussing about the business environment and law. Okay. By this time, have you received your study material?
So no, sir.
Yes, sir.
We received only 3
No,
books.
no.
Yes, sir. So few of us has received already, and many did not receive it, sir.
Okay, however, I think you will be receiving soon whoever not received, but soft copy of the study materials are there in website. By the time you can make use of it, and I'll send my PPT also so that you will be it will be easier for you. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, when we'll be
Yes, sir.
receiving the material, sir, regarding book?
I think it's already been sent, and some of you, I don't know why you have not received. We'll check it out.
Yeah, only 3 books we have received.
Yeah, that's what some of you have received, some of you have not received. We'll see that why it has happened, and sometimes some of the due to postal incorrect postal address also sometimes it comes back. So you check your address properly and confirm your post office also. So by the time we'll see. If by 2-3 days if you are not receiving, then by next class we'll see.
Yeah, only 3 books I have received, but yeah, I asked with the post office as well, but they have packed only 3. I don't know.
Only 3 books.
Yeah, management concepts and organizational behavior, management economics, and accounting of managers.
Yes, sir. Only 3 received.
Okay.
Sir, the online books available in the DD website, is it the same stuff we
Yeah,
get in the...
same one. Only.
Okay,
Same.
thank you.
Yeah, that is soft copy. This hard copy. So by the time you can make use of it.
Browsing.
For first semester, it's a little it's becoming late because admission. So up to the March, it was the 13th March admission was there. So after that only enrollment number has been generated and it has been seen to many of the students still they have not received it. So let us see.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes. Audible.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, I have a question, sir. I was browsing through your portal, sir, actually.
Okay.
So I come across that there is no course of studies for, supply chain and operation management from 3rd semester.
Okay, 3rd semester there is no supply chain because okay, we'll see to that.
Whereas the course of studies are available for HRM and other specialization, but not available for supply chain and operation.
Initially, supply chain was there. In between, it was stopped. Now this year onwards, once again we have started. So we'll see to that one. Supply chain also will upload. Okay.
So is there going to be an exam next month?
Exam will be next month only.
Next month, yes, sir.
June it will be. Date is finalized. Very soon they are going to finalize it and then they will upload it in the website also.
All right. Sure, sir. And sir, we have the question paper. Is there also a solution to those model question papers?
No, we don't provide any solution to that. Study material is enough for you. And if you want some reference material, you can have, but study material is enough. And old question paper, you can see that based on that, all the it is sufficient. What study material is provided.
Sir, for each paper, we have to pay separately?
Yeah, for examination fee, each paper you have to pay separately.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, shall we start our subject now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we are going to discuss about business environment law. Okay. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see that in this unit we have there are 5 units, total business environment law, and unit 1 and 2 some theoretical part, and unit 3, 4, 5 all business law related. So business law related like law of contract, which is very important for every individual. And then next is company law, company act, then negotiable instrument act, sales of goods act, then we have like factory act, we have this minimum wages act, industrial dispute act, all these acts are there. So we'll take little bit much time, more time for this law portion. And as this unit 1 and 2 theoretical part, you can go through your book, but still what is the main and key part we'll be discussing for unit 1 and 2. In detail for 3, 4, 5 as a law, so it will be difficult for you. So
Sir, hello.
Yeah.
Actually, your voice is breaking a lot, sir.
Voice is breaking.
I feel now it's better, but before you were speaking, it's breaking a lot.
Now better. Okay. No problem. So there are total 5 units in business law, and question pattern, there will be a 20 mark this case study also will be there. Okay. So in the last class, we'll be discussing old question paper and case studies also. So most of the parts are consist of this business law. Unit 3, 4, 5th, all 3 units are business law only, like Contract Act, Company Act, then Industrial Dispute Act, Negotiable Instrument Act, Sales and Goods Act, creating agency, this Factory Act. All these are very important. So we'll take a little bit more time for those classes, and 1 or 2 classes will be completed unit 1 and 2. Okay. So let us start with what is business environment. You see that the term business is composed of 2 components, like business and environment. As you all aware that business is traditionally defined as an organization involved in commercial activities aimed at making a profit. What is the motive of business? To aim to make a profit, and some people, they join together for a common purpose, and they create some asset for it, and they start business and for making a common purpose to making profit. And the modern definition do not define profit as the sole objective. It does remain long-term sustainable one. Profit, even though profit is not the sole objective, sometimes that customer satisfaction is the main. If you see the objective of business, until unless the customer satisfaction there, it will be useless to make a product for you cannot satisfy them. So customer satisfaction is the main, and of course to survive for the long-term sustainability, a profit is necessary. So it is a method of transacting, method of money making, and some people argue that business is organized activity to achieve certain predetermined goals. So it is the this is, as all of you are there, what is business? So this is common. And in economic terms, the human activities like production, extraction, and purchase of sales of goods that are performed for earning profit. The other term is environment, which refers to the aspect of surroundings. As you know, business cannot be exist in space. It cannot be. There has to be some kind of surrounding. Similarly, business environment may be defined as set of conditions. What are those conditions? So social, legal, economic, political, or institutional, that are uncontrollable in nature and affect the functioning of the organization. Business environment consists of like internal as well as external also. Internal environment, which can be controllable. You can control those things. It is within your control, but whereas external environment, which is beyond your control. So these are the meaning of this business environment. Now let us see the definition of business environment. The total of all things external to firms and industries which affect their organization operation. This definition given by Bayard O. Wheeler. He says that the total of all things external to the firms. Here it says that the things which are external to firms and industries are which affects the organization and operation are called as business environment. But according to Arthur M. Weber, business environment encompasses the climate or set of conditions, economic, social, political, institutional, which business operations are conducted. Here also it is said that the external conditions like economic, social, political, and social. These are external conditions, external environment which is beyond your control. Follow that, business environment refer to all factors that have an effect on business. And say what it says, it affects on business decision. Whatever the environment affecting the business decision called as business environment, like internal, external, within your which are within your control, which are beyond your control also can be called as business environment. Now let us see the characteristic of business environment. It is aggregative in nature within the totality of all constituents. This is all together, all the environment, external, internal, all together, it is affecting to your business. And it is a combination of specific and general factors. Specific factor also, in general factor also, it is consisting of both. And it is dynamic and thereby susceptible to change. It is not static. It keep on changing. Like business environment, external environment, which are beyond your control, it keep on changing. It is not under your control. And it is categorically divisible into overlapping triad of environment. There are three kinds of environment like internal, external, and one environment which is in between tertiary environment, which is overlapping to the internal as well as external. And it is observable to state the factors interrelated components. All are interrelated to each other. And it is cremated by the uncertainty. In business environment, there's no certainty. Suppose tomorrow some calamity happens, like any unfortunate incident which is not.
Sir, your voice is not clear, sir.
Just a second, let me see.
Rahul, please mute yourself.
Rahul, can you please mute your system, please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is very uncertain. In business environment, there is no certainty that it will the environment will remain as it is. It will be keep on changing. These are the few characteristics of business. I have taken this PPT based on your study material so that it will be easier for you when you go back to your home and read the study material. It will be easier for you. So now let us see what are the different types of business environment. Business environment you can see here. It can be internal and external. Again, in external environment, it's micro environment. Rahul, please mute your system, please. Rahul,
can someone please unmute?
Sir, host can mute, I think.
Sir,
Sir, you can mute.
You can.
Sir, mute everyone.
Okay. Is it fine now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Fine,
yes,
fine.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
It's now
Okay.
fine. Everything is fine.
Like you can see types of business environment. Like business environment, you can divide into internal and external. And again, external environment, you can divide into macro and micro. So let us see in detail. Here as two components like internal and external. Internal environment is the environment that has a direct impact on the business. Internal environment also directly it is impacting to your business and it is within your control. And it includes 5 M's. What are those 5 M's? Like man, material, money, machinery, and management. Usually within the control of the business because the employees they are within your control. The material which is you are procuring that is within your control. The money which you are investing within your control. Machinery also it is internal which is within your control. If machinery breaks down, you can replace the machinery also. Similarly, management also within your control. This is the internal environment. Business can make changes in these factors according to the change in the functioning of the enterprise. Your objective and function of the organization, you will change these factors. But external environment refers to environment that has an indirect influence on the business, like political environment, economical environment, technology. All these are having impact on them, but it is indirect influence. And but these are beyond your control. You cannot control this kind of environment. The external environment factors are uncontrollable by the business. And there are two types of environment: external, like micro, and macro environment. Now let us see what are the micro and macro environment. The micro environment, you can say customers, suppliers, this marketing intermediaries, your partners, channel members, like your competitors, and general public. These are the coming under the within the micro environment. And macro environment, which are the mega environment, or you can say macro environment, like political environment, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, technological environment, ecological environment, legal environment. So to this mostly this macro environment, in examination point of view also, they mostly ask that what is the macro or mega environment. So you can easily remember PESTEL, P-E-S-T-E-L. If you remember PESTEL, you can write P for political environment, E for economical environment, S for socio-cultural environment, technological environment, E for ecological environment, and L for legal environment. If you remember PESTEL, and sometimes PESTEL is very common, and many of the authors they write external environment as PESTEL environment. So this is the then let us go one by one. Like political environment. First, we'll see the internal environment. What are the object what are the different components of internal environment? Like the objective of the business. In internal environment, components are objective of the business. What are the objectives of business? So based on that, you can control your environment. The people employed in the business, like I said, the people are within your control. So you can change those kind of environment which is within your control. You can restaff and you can replace and employ new employee also. Similarly, the company on image. If company image is you need to enhance the company image, because most of the organizations have their public relation officer who try to enhance the image of the company. Based on that, you need to control. If it is not up to the mark, then you can change the image of the company in the mind of the customers or consumers. Similarly, the management, which you can change it, and the value system of the organization. Different company have their own value system, so you can set your value. Then asset owned by the company, whatever the money, what we say 5N money, whatever asset you have within your company, that you can make utilize properly. And the financial strength of the organization, what is the strength of your organization in financial way. Then another is the marketing resources and setup. Similarly, research and development, which is under your control, and you can, these are the basic components of this internal environment. And as I told you, external environment, macro and micro. Macro environment is your customer, suppliers, marketing intermediaries, competitors, and general. They are directly affecting to your business, because your customers, until unless your customer is satisfied, then your product will not be sold to them. So you need to identify the need of the customers and to satisfy by giving the value-added product to them, create value for them. So customers are very important. Similarly, suppliers who supplies to your raw material, until you give them sufficient incentives, they will not be ready to supply your product, so which will be effective to your business. Similarly, marketing intermediaries, like your wholesaler, retailer, dealer, these are the people who help you make a business, because the manufacturer directly he cannot reach to the
voice break is there.
Voice is breaking.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But your screen is freeze on slide number, I think 6 or 7. You're not correlating your what you're dealing the PPTs.
Oh, it is not. It's slide number 8.
Not
showing
visible
it.
to you.
No, the screen is tracked actually, So
Yeah, it's freeze.
you're not getting able to see the information that you are saying in the slide.
Okay. Otherwise, at the end, I will share the PPT.
Sure. No issue.
Okay. You just focus to the points now.
Okay.
The like marketing intermediary. Who are your intermediaries? Like your wholesaler, retailer, and dealer. These are the intermediaries. Until unless they do their part effectively, then your business will be getting affected. So you need to manage them properly and select the intermediate properly so that your business will go smoothly. Otherwise, in between, if some of the leaders in between they refuse to distribute your product, you will be getting it. So nowadays you must have seen that many online dealers are there. Some of the companies like there was a problem recently with Samsung. Retailers, they say that they threaten to the company that we will not distribute your product, we will not keep your product in our store because you are giving much incentive to the online supplier, online dealers, and not giving much to us. So customers are getting product much cheaper online, whereas why should they come to the this retailer? Once they get the product in lower prices, they will buy online. So what is the point of keeping your product? So similarly, other companies also, they face similar kind of problem. So marketing intermediaries are also very important, which are directly affecting to your business. Similarly, competitors. So what your competitors, what kind of product and similar kind of products your competitors are having, you need to do some kind of innovation in your product, or either in pricing or product or distribution. So any four piece of marketing you must have aware of it. Marketing mix product, price, place, and promotion. So you need to be have some kind of innovation in your product compared to your competitor. Otherwise, the customer will buy your product because similar products, similar features they are getting other companies. Prices may their price may be lower than you, so they not come to you. If you have some kind of innovation in your product, some kind of differentiation in your product, definitely customer will buy your product. So competitors are also directly affecting to your business. And similarly, general public also, general public must be satisfied. You have certain kind of responsibility towards your public. So if public are not satisfied with your business, then it will not work out. For example, if you are releasing creating pollution in the society or creating noise in the society, you are not taking care of the society. In that case, public will not be satisfied for your business. So in that case, people may not be coming to buy your products. So these are the micro environment you need to take care. It is well within your control. Similarly, macro environment like political environment. You know that always political environment is indirectly affecting their business. Once political setup changes, political setup of the country changes, they will have some kind of changes in your business, and it will be affecting your business. You have to align your business political environment. Similarly, economic environment, economic status sometimes changes in the way of different kind of economic policy. And based on that, you need to realign your business so that to run smoothly. Similarly, socio-cultural environment. Socio-cultural environment is socially which is acceptable in the society or in your culture. If you do such kind of business which is not accepted in the society or it is beyond your cultural feeling, then they may not accept your business. You need to see the social cultural environment, what kind of environment it is. If you are doing business within the country, what kind of culture is there. If you are doing a business in other countries, like globally, nowadays it's like a global village. You are exporting product to the manufacturing product and distributing product to the other countries. You need to see what are the social cultural environment. For example, 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle, it didn't work in Japan. Why it didn't work? Because their culture is a little bit, they have the refrigerator, the sizes, the cell sizes lesser than 2 liters. They cannot keep the 2-liter bottle in refrigerator. So you need to see that what kind of culture they have, what kind of system they have. Based on that, you need to make the product. Otherwise, it will fail in the market. Similarly, one of the like North America, one of the car making company, it failed because they kept name as Nova. Nova means in their local language it means do not move. So will the customer buy a product which name buy a car which the meaning of which is do not move. So even the car was very good, but it didn't work because name is suggesting don't move. Similarly, Ford company launched a car in South Africa like Ford Pinto. It didn't work because Pinto means some abusive language in their local language. So they didn't buy such kind of product. So when you do the business, you need to take care of the social cultural effect in the society, and you need to take care of it. Similarly, technological environment. If technology changes, you need to update your technology. Otherwise, you'll be nowhere in the market. For example, like you must be remembering that Kodak camera, why it failed in the market? Because they could not launch the product, technological, they could not update the technology every time. So Kodak camera was very popular, their mechanical camera, but later on, the digital camera came, Kodak could not digital camera in time. By the time other companies like Nikon, Canon, all these entered into the market. When Kodak company adopted digital technology, they are not accepting that one because they are already adopted the other companies like Sony, Nikon, and Canon. It is not that Kodak company was not aware of the technology. They were aware of technology, but they were so obsessed with their previous technology that our mechanical camera is the best in the market. So they were waiting to finish those camera, then they were to launch digital. By the time they launched, so other company, they got the opportunity. So technological upgradation is very essential. Until unless you upgrade the technology, you cannot survive in the market. Similarly, ecological environment, ecological condition of the place where you are doing business, you need to be aware of that. Otherwise, it will be directly affecting to your business. Similarly, legal environment. If you need to follow all the legal obligations, like if you are opening a company, then company registration you need to do. You need to all the formalities. You have to register as a company. You need to do all the formalities, memorandum of association, article of association, all that you have to make, and you have to register on the company act. There was a change in 2013. There was a change of company. They have to be so that you can run your business. These are different kinds of environment. So to remember the macro environment, you need to set PESTEL, PEL. Okay. Now next one is corporate governance. You know that corporate failures and widespread dissatisfaction with the way many corporate functions have led to the global realization of the need of a proper system, because it has been seen that there's a many failure in corporate system due to which there is a dissatisfaction with the within the customers, because there is no transparency is maintained and some internal games were being played. Sometimes they are evading taxes. All this, it was not proper. So due to that corporate failure and widespread dissatisfaction, there was a need of a system which should govern the corporate. So that is called a corporate governance. Corporate governance is concerned with holding the balance between economic and social goals and in between individual and communal goals. So it is making the balance the individual and the society. And the corporate governance framework there to encourage the efficient use of resources and equally to require accountability for the stewardship of the resources. It encourages the efficient use of resources without wasting the product raw material. You can make efficient use of it and require accountability for the stewardship of the. There should be accountability and transparency in the business, so that your shareholders or the people who your company. There's no clear what you are doing. What you are doing.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Sorry?
Your voice
We
is
are not able
completely
to hear.
breaking.
Yeah, completely breaking.
Still it is breaking?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
The voice is very much breaking, sir.
I don't know what is the problem in the system.
Now it is better, sir.
Now better.
Okay.
When you talk, it's better, but when you start the class, it's breaking up.
Okay. Okay, let me see. Let me be a little bit closer to the system. What is the corporate governance is framework is there to encourage the efficient use of the resources, so that efficiently you can use the resources, and equally it should be accountability. There should be accountability and transparency in the system, because the shareholders, they do not know what exactly you are doing within your company. They believe that you are doing fair and so that they can get their value for their investment. But sometimes in internal trading and many this mishappening is with the companies going on, so that it is not known to the shareholders. So they will stay on that one. So there has to be some transparency and accountability has to be maintained, so that shareholder can be known about your business. The aim is to align as nearly as possible the interest of individual, corporation, and society. So what is the aim of the corporate governance? It is for the interest of individual as well as corporation and society. Corporate governance is a system, rules, practices, and processes by which a company is directed and controlled. It is the system in which rules and regulations are maintained, so that it will be company is directed and controlled. Within that rule, the company will be directed. It is a set of mechanisms, processes, and relations by which corporations are managed, regulated, and held accountable. So based on the rules and regulation, if you are doing beyond that one, then you will be held responsible. So there has to be accountability. The primary goal is to ensure that company runs in the best interest of its shareholders. As I told you, the shareholders, they have invested money in your company by thinking that you will be fair business you will be doing, and you will be giving a dividend out of it. But whereas many of the companies that they are doing internet trading, so by which they are hiding the profit from their shareholders, and shareholders are not getting proper dues. So in that case, the corporate governance will see all those kind of things, and transparency is happening in the company. Corporate governance also ensure that company resources are used efficiently. What the definition says, it should be used efficiently, and there should be accountability and used in fair and transparent manner. The board of directors is responsible for setting the company's strategic direction and making decisions in the best interest of the company. The board of directors, what they will do, they will be responsible for the setting the company's strategic direction, and they need to make the strategy for the further growth of the company, and they should do in the best interest of the company as well as the shareholders and the public. The board of directors is accountable to the shareholders and must act in their best interest, because the board of directors are accountable to the shareholders who have invested money in their company. So they must do in the best interest of the shareholders. And corporate governance also involves the monitoring and oversight of the company's operation by external stakeholders such as investors and creditors. Some people they have invested to your company, and given credit to your company, and it is controlled by them also. So that with this corporate governance can be transparently seen to the all the stakeholders. Now see what are the importance of corporate governance. Market and investors look for well-managed companies and respond positively to them, reward such company with higher values. You know that if the corporate governance of the company is good, then definitely people will be ready to invest in your company. Recently, the Reliance company was awarded by some of the organizations as the best corporate governance for this, their best corporate governance. So if such kind of initiatives they are there by the company, then definitely people will be they will be ready to invest to your company. If the company is not maintaining it properly, then they will be hesitating to invest in the company, and company will not get any shareholder for their growth. Similarly, strong corporate governance is indispensable to resilient and vibrant capital market and is an important instrument of investor protection. So, corporate governance protects the investor because everything is transparently manner is transparently everything is going on, and they are able to the shareholder they are able to know the what exactly is going on in the company. The corporate governance prevent insiders. So now as earlier insider trading was going on, so if corporate governance is there, then it will be difficult for them to do such kind of things. Under corporate governance, corporates are expected to disseminate the material price sensitive information in a timely and proper manner, and also ensure that till such information is made public, insider abstain from transacting in the securities of the company. Sometimes what happens, sensitive matters, sensitive information, it is to be maintained within the company. They should not disclose to the other company, so the other will take the advantages of it, and they will make use of it, and they will be profitable. You must have seen that many times it comes into the light that some of the sensitive sensitive information is leaked out to the other companies. So inside people, they will leak it to the other company, then other company will take benefit out of it, and this company will be losing. So this has to be protected through corporate governance. It is possible to protect it. Now, another important is social responsibility. Everyone, you must be aware of corporate social responsibility. CSR. So, they do you toward the
Breaking.
still breaking?
Yes, sir.
1 minute. Okay. Now, let us say social responsibility refers to the action that corporates are obliged to take to improve the welfare of the society. What is that? The social responsibility refers to the action that corporates are obliged to take improve the welfare of the society. It is the duty of the corporate to do some welfare to the society. Like for example, ITC Vadrachalam, a unit that uses trees to make paper. ITC, what they do, they Vadrachalam unit, they make papers and paper board. What they do, they plant trees, sapling, so that the ecological balance of the plant does not get upset. Even though they are using sapling for making paper, what they're doing, they are planting trees so that balance will be maintained. So according to Keith Davis, social responsibility begins with law. It is not that everything law will take care. Where law ends, the social responsibility begins. It is within every individual they are responsible toward the society. It is not only law will take. CS can be defined in many ways.
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
I don't know. I tried to
It's breaking, sir.
still breaking.
Sir, are you using headphones? If you are using headphones, if you are moving your head, then it may cause the problem.
No, I am not using my headphone.
It's the internet issue.
Okay, then it is the internet issue.
Yeah, I'm not using headphone.
We're trying to put our
Okay,
effort.
I'll try to be very close to the system.
Yeah, sir, that would be better.
I think it is very clear
Because
now.
it's breaking for quite some time, sir.
And now it makes some clear in your voice, sir, when you're coming to closer to computer.
Okay, Keith Davis, what he says, social responsibility begins where the law ends. It is not that law will take care of everything. It is the individual responsibility. It is the corporate responsibility because you need to think that suppose you have pollution creation certificate, for example, still you have the certificate, but still you are creating pollution to the society. So you should think that we need to take care of everything, and we are responsible for the society. So CSR can be defined in many ways. The responsibility to profitably serve the employee. You can serve the employee profitably, society, and customer in an ethical and lawful manner. Whatever you are doing, it should be ethical and lawful manner. An organization obligation to maximize its profit impact and minimize the negative impact on the society. Like I told you that if you are a company, it should not create any problem to the society. Rather, under CSR, what they do, they make lighting facility, they make road facility. Like for example, Jamshedpur, Tata company has made completely the city development under its CSR responsibility. They have made this park, schools, and roads and lighting facilities because they feel that they have certain responsibility towards the society. And the concept of business should be actively concerned with the welfare of the society at large. And business collective code of ethical behavior towards the environment, its customer, its employer, and investor. They should do ethical. Now let us see what are the responsibility, stakeholders responsibility. You have the responsibility toward the shareholders. For shareholders, you need to give them due, whatever they are supposed to get, dividend or profit, you need to share with them. You are responsible towards your shareholders. You are responsible to the society. You need to take care of the society, like construct road, lighting facilities, and recreation facility where you are making business. It should not pollute the society. Similarly, towards an employee, you need to give fair wages to them. You need to take care of the proper working condition for them, the proper leave, resting facility. All this you need to provide to your employee. Taking care of their children, making a school for their study purpose, then making recreation facility for the children. Similarly, you have certain responsibility towards your customers. What is there towards the customer? You need to provide them value-added product. What are the they are investing, based on that they should get the proper due or proper product. Similarly, you have certain responsibility towards the government, like you have to pay tax in time, you have to follow the government rules and regulations. And now you can see corporate system towards the government to pay taxes in the correct amount. You should not evade your tax. Like some of the companies, what they are doing, for example, one of the carbon paper making company, what they have done, paper tax is lesser than carbon paper. They, in the name of paper, they say that this is also paper, they are paying tax. Whereas when the matter is gone to the court, the carbon paper is not coming under the paper category, so they have to pay more tax. So like this, you should not evade tax. Similarly, one of the cases like they have considered as a vegetable, they are paying tax. But vegetable is little tax more than vegetable.
Sir, your voice is little bit breaking.
Sorry?
Sir, actually, your voice is breaking. Can you please repeat?
Evading tax. I am talking about the company should not evade tax. They should pay tax in correct amount. For example, like carbon paper and normal paper. Are you getting me?
Yes. Now it is clear, sir.
Carbon paper, you can see the carbon cost of carbon paper and normal paper. Normal paper tax is different, carbon paper tax is different. You cannot say that that is also considered on the paper. So they are paying tax under the paper category. Later on, the matter has gone to the court and they found that this tax will be more. So like this, they are trying to evade the tax. Similarly, betel leaf, pan, what we chew pan, the betel leaf, their cost is the tax is more in that one, but sometimes they bring it to the vegetable category. They are paying tax as a vegetable, but whereas the betel leaf tax will be more. So such kind of many other places they are making subsidy company, and they are evading tax. Such kind of things should not happen. So to pay tax in the correct amount. Not to get excise and other payment. Excise duty also whatever you supposed to make.
Sir, voice is breaking, sir.
I'm trying my best to make it all right, but I do not. Some internet issue may be there, and sometimes I am from your side also voice breaking voice I am getting.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, try to manage it, but I will share this PPT so that it will be helpful for you. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, what we can do?
Sir, or else you can record the session.
It will be recorded. It will be recorded. Okay.
Voice is break and we can't able to understand the concepts. That is.
It is getting recorded.
Okay.
Let me see. Now, can you see the EA properly? PPT.
Yes, sir, it is visible right now.
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
We are able to
Yes,
view
sir.
your PPT, sir.
Yeah. So, so this is also one of the important questions which generally comes in the examination. So, what are the different responsibility toward the stakeholder, like government responsibility to get in the correct amount, not to get excise and other payment, obey the legislation in their particular industry. It follow the legislation, like if you have factory, there should be like health and recreation facility, there should be welfare facilities, there should be welfare officer, there should be first aid box, whatever it is provided as per legislation you have to follow. So to provide employment for the benefit of government and the nation, provide employment, you have made the business, you need to provide employment for the benefit of government and the nation. Similarly, what are your responsible toward the investor? Inform the investor about important development in the company. You should not hide the fact from your investor like shareholders and other investors. So you have to inform them about what you are going to do with their money. And tell the investor if there are any risk regarding their money so that they can decide what they want to do with. You need to disclose the risk factor. Suppose, for example, when a company, public company, they go for a share, asking for share. In that time, they release a prospectus. In prospectus, they will mention what are the risk factors, so that the investor will be able to know that what is the risk. Suppose, for example, you are opening a company and you are asking for the public share. And, you have not taken pollution clearance certificate. You have applied, but not yet got. So that should be clear in the prospectus. This is the status of our company, and it is up to the investor. If they satisfy with that one, they may invest or they may not invest. But it is your moral duty to inform them, communicate them. Next is distribute timely returns earned on the investment and the correct amount. What you need to do, suppose shareholders, they have invested money, you need to share your profit to the shareholders or dividend holders as per the rules, and timely you need to pay them. And inform the investor if there are more lucrative options for investing. If there is any more options are there, right? Like you are declaring for right issues. So right issue in the sense, those shareholders already invested in the company, they may go for further buying the share. So you need to inform them about any options are there, or what if there is any investment for the further development or something. If they are interested, they can go for that one. Now, social responsibility toward the stakeholders. I mean, customers. What is the about misleading advertisement? You need to avoid misleading advertisement. For example, a bike making a that mileage is kilometer. So, misleading advertisement. And here, what they do, they will make one star subjected to machinery condition. They will say that road friction, driving conditions, and it is the skill of the driver. Based on that, it is the reduced. So their standard machinery condition, there is no friction. They will test it. It may give 70 kilometers per liter. So avoid such kind of misleading advertisement. Avoid misleading name of the product. Many of the some of the company, they keep the duplicate name, like Nokia. Nokia company, we have seen that there is a duplicate company like Nokia. The poor people who are not able to this illiterate people, they will not be able to make the difference Nokia and Nokia. They will simply go and buy the product, so they will be getting cheated. Similarly, like Britannia, we have seen that in rural bus stands, Tamil Nadu rural bus stands, we have seen that Binania. In case of Britannia, it is Binania, same tiger, Britannia tiger, and the poor people who are illiterate, by seeing the tiger picture, they are buying that biscuit and going. So this kind of misleading name of the product you should avoid. And avoid authorized dealer name for misleading customer. So you cannot mislead the customer by using so you are not the dealer of the company, still say that I am authorized dealer. Customer, what they do, by thinking that is the authorized dealer, they buy the product and later on they face the problem.
Sorry to interrupt. I think the slide that you're sharing right now says government and investors. Are you by any chance talking about customers?
Yeah, customer.
Could you please move on to the next slide, please? If
Is it the same slide?
so, it says government and investors only, but is there another slide which is called customers? Because your example says customers.
Yeah, customer only.
I think you'll have to move the slide then.
No, that was the.
I can see corporate social responsibility slide.
Yes. So there's corporate social responsibility, under which there's government and investors.
Yeah.
Which one you are saying now?
It's the same
13
slide.
number slides. Sorry, 14.
Only I am discussing about the customers.
14. Slide 14 is what you're sharing.
All right now?
Not yet.
No, sir.
Which side you are seeing? Slide
14.
number 15?
14.
How come it is 15 I am saying? Now, same 14.
It's currently on 14th number slide.
Now it's 15. Yes, thank you.
15 now?
Yes, sir, it's 15.
Yes, sir. The slide is.
Yes, sir. Now it is 15 slide.
Just make a big screen, sir. We are able to view each slide.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, don't use like that. If you are not the authorized dealer, don't mislead the customer by saying that we are the authorized dealer. Avoid wrong information. Don't give wrong information to the customer. Avoid exploiting customer by overcharging the price. Like MRP is something else, you are overcharging the price, and somewhere there is no price mentioned. It is mandatory to mention that MRP, but some of the product there is no MRP, so they are overcharging. So do not exploit your customer. Avoid collusive agreement with the other firms to exploit customers. These are the things which you have responsible toward the stakeholders. Now, similarly, shareholders. To earn why shareholders investing? To earn a substantial profit, to provide a reasonable dividend periodically. You need to provide reasonable dividend. They have invested in your company, you have to pay dividend to them. Maintain the share value in the market. To ensure growth, innovation, and diversification, ensuring security to their fund, proper payment of return of investment, providing correct information about the company. These are the responsibility for the shareholders. Similarly, government business activities should be law abiding. They should, they follow the law. Prompt payment and tax and other duties abiding by pollution control. You need to maintain those. Similarly, creditor and suppliers, maintenance of cordial relationship, timely payment and obligation, providing true and correct picture of financial position towards your society, preventing monopoly, disposal of waste and effluents. You should take care of disposal of waste and effluents. If you are making
sorry to interrupt again. Your slide
to change the slides, sir.
Customer. Yeah. We are still able to see only the 15th slide.
It is saying about customers, so you have to switch to the next slide, sir.
It is not moving. Then let it be the normal one. When I am full slide, I am giving, it is not moving.
Don't use full slide.
Now we see business ethics.
Business ethics. Shareholder government, can you see? No.
Now it's still customer, sir. Slide 15.
It's in
50.
Yes.
Employees? Can you see? No.
Now it says employees, yes.
No employees, sir.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Next class we'll try to manage it. So employees fair wages, bonus, incentive, employees, coordinating employees, providing working conditions, creating opportunity for creative and talent employees, proper training, proper and transparent performance appraisal and promotion. These are all issues you all people are must be working in the company. You must be knowing that what is the problem in performance appraisal and promotion. Many people, they are having some kind of grievances. And proper training, you are not giving proper training to the employees, and you want that work output should be more. So creating opportunity for a creative and talent employee. If employee is talented, you need to give them opportunity to go for their progress. I think we have discussed shareholders and government also. Creditor and suppliers, monopoly. Then business, next is business ethics. Is it moving now? Slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, next is business ethics.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, next class we will be discussing because only hardly 5 minutes left to work. So we'll see the next class. Slide should be proper, and I do not know why voice is breaking. We'll see that. Okay. And now, after business ethics. Business ethics is comparable to the rules or principles. They define right and wrong conduct. And business ethics is concerned with truth and justice and a variety of aspects such as expectation of the society, fair competition, advertising, public relations, social responsibility, consumer autonomy, and corporate behavior in the country, home country, as well as the other countries where you are doing your business. So whatever you are doing, it should be within the ethical. There should not be any wrong conduct. You should be do fairly. Ethics is defined as the discipline dealing with what is good and bad and with moral duty and obligation. You should do as per your moral duty. It should be good one. And types of ethics, individual ethics or personal ethics, and professional ethics and business ethics or corporate ethics. Individual ethics in the personal ethics in the sense every individual there should be follow the ethical rules. What is ethics in the society, or what is the rules, regulation, or rules of principle of the particular company. They need to follow that. Every individual need to follow those. And professional ethics, what are the professional ethics in your profession? Like if you are a doctor, you should follow the professional ethics. If you are
Screen not visible, sir.
I
think he logged out.
Sir got disconnected.
Yeah.
Sir, screen is not visible.
Yeah.
Maybe the time is over.
Sir is left the call.
A lot of
I think that the
disturbances in
class has
the
been over.
classes. Yeah.
Can anyone tell how we can get the recorded video of this PPT?
Even I'm not sure. Might be they'll be sending the slide through email or.
Hello.
Yeah, in between there are some internet issues there. Okay, our class is over. Next class we'll see. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Anything you want?
Okay, sir.
Anything you want to clarify or any doubt?
You will send the
How will
PPT.
we be sending the PPT, sir?
Sir, where we can get a PPT? The PPT you were sharing.
PPT will see. Next class we'll see. We'll share PPT. Okay.
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I request all of you to kindly
Thank
go
you
through
so much,
the
sir.
material or the soft copy of the material. Kindly go through it. If any doubt is there, tomorrow you can ask me. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Sure, sir.
Okay. I think one more class is there.
Hello. Good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Matri. I'm going to take accounting for manager paper. Okay?
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Not audible.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Voice is not clear.
You say I repeat it. Come back. Huh? Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello? Video off now. Why, sir? Okay. Okay, Nash. பசங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் இதுவா இருக்குமே. Hello?
Yes.
Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Ma'am.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I'm Dr. Umasri. I'm going to take accounting for manager paper. Okay. So what basic accounts which are required, essential for manager that you are going to study this. Not only basic accounting as well as decision making accounting, there is management accounting. And
Ma'am, voice is breaking, ma'am, please.
Yes, ma'am.
voice is breaking. Now I took one more class.
Last class we suffered, ma'am. Please, at least we have better here.
That's why I have camera I have off there. Some internet issues are there. Now is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it is for better than previous.
You can proceed further.
Okay. So in this accounting subject, what are all the things you are going to study? First, overall view I tell you. Basic financial accounting you are going to study in this. That is basic concepts, conventions, and then what are all the journals, ledger, trading, profit and loss account, final accounts, and then depreciation accounting. These are all financial accounting basic informations or basic accounting knowledge which are essential for manager. Okay.
that you are going to study. In addition to this, some decision-making accounting tools or techniques which are using for decision-making to the management, top-level management, that is ratio analysis, fund flow, cash flow, standard costing. These are all management accounting, decision-making accounting. Then costing, certain cost sheet. So the things are then standard costing, variance analysis. These are all very important for cost accounting. So these knowledges are very essential for as a manager in the any organization. That's why you are going to acquire the knowledge of all areas of these accounts, right? Let us see one by one. Yeah, some of them may not have basic accounting knowledge, so you should be very carefully, you have to study. And then terms, some terms are it will be new for you. What is debit, what is credit, like that, what is ledger, what is journal, like that. So though somebody may have already studied BCom or in +1 +2 basic accounting knowledge you may have, so for them it is easy. Those who do not have accounting, basic accounting knowledge, those who have studied in science stream and in other stream, so little bit difficult to follow it. If you are following it and practice it, definitely it will be easy, very interesting and easy and essential. Knowledge is very essential of accounting. Okay, so I will teach you maximum according to your understanding. Okay. Okay, let's see. For accounting, first what you do, what business transaction, you are doing business, right? So business transaction every day will be happen. That is event. What are the today? How much you have purchased the raw material? How much wages given to your workers? So how much you have sale of your goods, right? What is the asset purchase? So you have to maintain accounts. If you are not maintaining accounts, what will happen? If you don't have any practice of accounting, that is recording any transactions, what will happen? You do not know. You cannot ascertain the profit or loss. And then you cannot, suppose if you are giving loan to somebody, many of them every day. So if you have no record, how will you collect? Right? So you should have accounting. It is very, very important for even as petty shop also, accounting is very, very important, right? In large concern, there are various methods are there. That is proper accounting system you have to follow. Double entry system of accounting you have to follow in big concerns. In petty shops and small concerns, they follow single entry system. Single entry system means either they will record how much to be given, how much is to be collected, how much cash paid, like that. Only cash comes, goes out. What is the amount to be given, like that? Some aspects they may miss out, they will not be recorded. But big organization, they will follow double entry system of bookkeeping. Each and every bookkeeping. Bookkeeping means what? The daily transactions which are to be recorded in the primary book. That is called bookkeeping. That primary book is called journal. Journal entry, right? You are everyday transactions you are entered in that book. That is called bookkeeping. Accounting means what? Art of recording. Recording means the business transactions you are entering into that book. That is journal entry, right? So art of recording. Classifying. What is classifying? Classifying means what? So you are entering a transaction, say for an example, purchases worth of goods from Mr. X on credit basis, right? So 5,000 worth of goods means purchases made from X you are recorded. Then every day many transactions are there. At the end of the month, how could you know what is to be given for X? X is expenditure. How much you have to give? How will you come to know? If you prepare X account, ledger, classifying under each heads of accounts. What is the purchases made during this month? What is the sales made during this month? What is the cash comes in? What is the cash balance? What is the wages given end of the month? Like that. So you have to classify all these transactions and recorded in each of the accounts. That is called ledger accounting, classifying and summarizing. Summarizing means what? After preparation of ledger accounts, you will have balances at the end of the month, either debit balance or credit balance. That balances you have to bring into one statement. That is called summarizing. That is called trial balance. We are going to study trial balance.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but the slide is not changing. The slide shows the bookkeeping and accounting. So can you please change the slide as per what you were saying?
No, I am explaining you. In next, this is only definition. It comes next one. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
See,
Sure.
these are the accounts. I will explain you one by one. Don't worry. Journal ledger.
Okay.
I will explain you. In the definition itself, I am explaining you. Definition itself, I am explaining you. What summarizing means what trial balance you are going. So like that, I am explaining you. Right? This definition is meaningful. Meaningful, you will never forget. That's what I am explaining. Okay. So the transactions which are recorded in the books of account, that is called journal book. Classifying, that is where under various heads of account, that is ledger book. Then summarizing means ledger balances you have to bring into one statement, that is called trial balance. And then all these things are recorded in terms of money or money's worth. How will you record? How many goods purchased? How many furniture purchased? Like that will you write? So you have to write in terms of money's value, right? And the transactions and the events which are in part at least of a financial character. If there is no financial character, you cannot record it. So it should be a financial character. And interpreting the results thereof. Interpretation means what? You have to finally what profit and loss account. The final statement. Final statement will prepare the financial accounting for ascertainment of profit or loss. So this is the definition of accounting. What is accounting? Accounting means art of recording, classifying, and analyzing in a significant manner. Proper manner.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Yes, exactly. The voice is not clear.
What shall I do?
Could you just check with the network?
1 second.
Ma'am, even the screen is not visible, ma'am.
Hello, now am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then
I think bandwidth is quite slow, ma'am.
yes. We are internet connection in campus connector, university internet connection. So it is, I think brand is very low. Some problem is there. Okay, next class I will director. We will make arrangement. Okay.
Ma'am, you can stop presenting. That will be better, I guess.
Stop.
Presentation, whatever we giving now, you can stop the presentation. You can speak. At least we can hear.
Presentation. This is accounting. No, presentation is important.
Okay, no worries. Now it's clear. Please go. It's a bit clear now. You can carry on with the explanation.
Okay. So bookkeeping, that is, I already explained you what is accounting. In the accounting system, bookkeeping system, we can have two system, that is single entry system of bookkeeping and double entry system of bookkeeping. Single entry system of bookkeeping, small petty shops they are following. That is, each transactions we are classifying into, there are two aspects are involved in each transaction. So what are the two aspects? Debit aspect as well as credit aspect. What is debit? What is credit? If you are, say for example, if you are purchasing machinery or purchasing anything else from Mr. X, so in this case, you have to, what is debit? What comes in? Both comes in. So in that case, purchases account to be debited, right? So what is if you are purchasing anything else, you have to give cash or credit. If it is a credit transaction, who is the benefit giver? Your creditor. Mr. X is the benefit giver, right? So that is the credit transaction, right? So debit aspect and credit aspect in each and every business transaction, there are two aspects are involved. That is debit aspect and credit aspect. That means debito and credito. Debito, credito, that word comes from Latin word. That means benefit giving aspect and benefit receiving aspect, right? So that is called debito, credito, right? Under single entry system of bookkeeping, both the aspects which are not recorded, either only personal accounts or cash books are opened, or sometimes a balance sheet will not be prepared. It is called improper system of bookkeeping. Single entry system is called improper system of bookkeeping. But double entry system of bookkeeping, that is based on each and every transaction as two aspects. Each and every business transaction is having two aspects. That is debit aspect and credit aspects, right? That debit entry and credit entry, which debit is equal to credit. Okay. So in this case, when you are preparing ledger account, T account, both the debit side as well as credit side, that will be when you are preparing final accounts, balance sheet should be tally, because all the there are some accounting equation is there. Accounting equation, that means what? Capital plus liabilities, long-term liabilities and short-term liabilities are equivalent to your total assets. That is, accounting equation is based on this both the two aspects, debit aspects and credit aspect. Both are debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect. Each and every credit aspect is having equal and corresponding debit aspect, right? That is the double entry system of bookkeeping. Okay. See this classically, this is basic accounting golden concept. This all transactions we can classify under various heads of accounts. So how to classify these accounts? We can classify under two heads, that is personal account and impersonal account. Personal account means only the person, name of the person, it refers to name of the company or any organization. So that personal account refers the names, right? Giver or receiver, whatever be the names, right? Impersonal account further classify into real account and nominal account. What is real account? Real means what? Cash or assets. What comes in, what goes out. So in personal account, in this case, you have to debit the receiver. So debit the receiver, credit the giver. So for say for an example, you are purchasing on credit from Mr. X. X is a benefit receiver or giver? Benefit receiver or giver? Yes, X. You are purchasing credit.
Giver.
You are purchasing from Mr. X.
Giver.
Giver. So X account should be credited. X account should be credited. Okay. In this case, purchases, what debit, what comes in, asset comes in, right? Goods comes in. That aspect comes under real account. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Okay. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Say for example, if you are purchasing furniture, furniture is an asset. Purchasing furniture means furniture account data to cash. If it is a cash transaction, cash account goes out, cash goes out. So you have to credit the cash account. Suppose instead of cash transaction, if it is a credit transaction, Mr. Y, right? Y is the benefit giver. So furniture account data to Y account to be credited, right? Then nominal account. Under nominal account, we can classify the transactions, all the expenses, debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains, right? Debit all expenses and losses. Expenses means given wages, salaries, stationery, purchase of stationery, and then rent, tax. All these things are to be debited. Credit all incomes and gains. Incomes and gains means what? Sales. Income commission received, rent received, rent received. Like that. So these are the incomes and gains, dividend received. Right? So under all the business transactions comes under three categories. It is personal account, real account, and nominal account. First, this is golden rule. Golden rule of financial accounting. You should be by heart. Very thoroughly. You should, if you know, then only you can enter the journal book. Right? Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Real account, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Nominal account, debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. Okay. So these things are you should be very carefully listen. Then accounting concepts and conventions. Basic accounting concepts, there are various concepts means what? Rules. Accounting rules. It should be like that. If it is there, you have to follow like this. So basic accounting concepts and conventions I have given here. I explain you. Business entity concept. Entity means what? What is business entity? Proprietor is distinguished from your business. Only business transactions to be recorded in your book. Suppose if you are a small petty shop you are having, if you are taking for milk, you are taking for your home.
Voice is not at all audible.
Now
the voice is slightly breaking.
Breaking, huh?
Yeah.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay, ma'am.
Network issue. I cannot do anything. What to do?
We can understand that. It would be nice if it is there is no clarity.
Yeah, it's like a very important topic. It's going on, so it like if it would be clear, that would be like
Yes. What
pleasure
to
for
do?
us to like
You
understand.
can
That.
try your best, but you can go on now.
I couldn't do anything now. Okay, next class I will make some other arrangement. Huh?
Sure, no worries.
Please
Okay.
bear
Sure.
Now okay, ma'am. Continue.
No, continue.
Business entity concept. Entity concept means what? Business owner. Owner is proprietor is distinguished from your business transaction. So personal account should not be entered in the books of account. The business book is separate. It should be entity, separate entity. Okay, that is business entity concept. Money measurement concept. Money measurement concept. All business transactions which are to be recorded. Money or money is what? Okay, you are not recording this meeting. So, but you have to record in rupees. How much rupees, right? So, all the transactions should be recorded in terms of money or money's worth. Then, going concern concept. What is going concern? So, when you are starting your business, do you think within 1 month or 3 months we are going to close down, shut down? So our assumption that it will go forever, like that only we are assuming and starting the business, right? So based on the going concern concept, accounting transactions are to be recorded in the cost accounting basis. What you are historical expenses you have made, that you have to enter, right? Cost concept. According to the cost concept, you have to record. Say for example, for furniture you have purchased 10,000 rupees. Market price, it may next week it may 12,000 or 15,000 or 8,000. It may fluctuate. But what you are recording your books, accounts book, you have to write only what is the expenses you have made, incurred, right? So that is to be recorded. On the cost concept, historical expenditure you have to record. Objectivity. So I have explained it here. I have explained each and everything with example here. Right? You can this PPT is uploaded in our website. You can download it. You can read it later. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I explain you anyway. Objectivity. Objectivity means what? Your accounting information, it is free from bias. It should be an independent verification. Say for an example, revenue recognition concept. That is when you are recognizing your sale. Is it the date of getting order, or when you are issuing your invoices, or when the goods reached to your customer? So then your revenue is recognized, right? So that is very important thing, right? Under objectivity concept. Accrual or matching concept. Accrual or matching concept means what? So revenues are, when it is revenue are recognized when earned but not received. Say for an example, this accounting period you have deposited some money in the bank. Okay, so you are following financial year. Financial year means April 1 to March 31st is the financial year, right? So you have you may not deposit you have done. So 2 years deposit, 3 years, whatever it is. So at the time of maturity only you will get the interest. But for taxation purpose, that interest will be calculated for taxation. Why? Because you have earned interest during this financial year, right? Earned, whether you are receiving or not, that is not important. So that interest is countable for current year. Do you understand? So the accrual concept is earned but not received. Or rendering services. You have, say for an example, premium, insurance premium paid in advance. So how it is advance? 1 year premium you are paying bulk financial year, but you are following calendar year in your books of accounts. By 3 months you have paid in advance, right? So in that case, in your books of account, that advance payment you have to deduct it. It should not be recorded in the books. It should not be deducted. Okay, so that is why accrual and even paid in advance, that is very important aspect. Okay. Then realization concept. Realization concept under that revenue recognition. When the revenue is to be recognized, that is profit when goods or services provided to the customers, or when the order is placed itself, will you recognize as revenue? No. So when will you recognize? Sometimes you may receive money after 2 years. So at that time only will you recognize? No. That is on credit. So when you are invoices, when you are issuing invoice, and then when you are dispatching your materials, so that time itself you have to recognize your revenue, right? Periodicity is very, very important aspect. Time period. So when you are recording your accounting transactions in your books of accounts, it should not be very low, too low and too high. That is why 12 months period, 1 year accounting period we have taken as current. That is within the benefits which within the 12 months it is there. That is current assets. So benefits received beyond 12 months, that we can say it is a fixed asset. Right? So the periodicity concept is very, very important thing for various aspects. For various aspects, what ascertain the profit or loss, or what is the revenue in revenue incurred or losses incurred. So all these things, the period is very important. That is why 12 months period is fixed for accounting period. So suppose if you are purchasing plant and machinery, it's benefits for several years, 10 years, 12 years, 20 years. So in that case, 1 year we are using as a depreciation. If you are using utilization of producing plant and machinery, that is why the 1 year we are calling it as depreciation, treated as an expenditure. We have to write it in the books of account. Remaining 10 years benefit plant and machinery, remaining 9 months benefit, you have to keep it in your balance sheet as a fixed asset. Okay. The next one, dual aspect concept. What is dual aspect concept? That is, already I explained you double entry system, both debit aspect as well as credit aspect. That is dual aspect concept. Each and every business transaction is having both debit and credit aspects. Accounting equation is based upon this dual aspect concept. These assets are equal to capital plus liability. Then accounting conventions. Conventions, that is materiality convention. Materiality, under materiality convention, you have to disclose all the informations in the books of accounts. You have to disclose it. So say for an example, financial statements, say for small things you cannot, no need to show separately, right? Purchasing pencil, each and everything, no need to say stationery. Comes under the heads of stationery. What is the stationery? Paper, pen, pencil, eraser. So all these things comes under stationery. You can show stationery how much. No need to write each and every item in your books of account. That is called materiality convention. Accounting for conservatism. Conservatism means what? It is the rule of expectation of future losses, prediction of future. Suppose anticipating you are doing credit sales. Suppose your debt cannot be recovered. So in that case, what to do? The loss will be affected. For that case, provision to be created based on anticipation of future loss. That is, provision for doubtful debts to be created. That is called accounting for conservatism. Conventions, is consistency. Consistency means there are various methods of stores ledger method, depreciation. There are various methods, straight line method, return value method, like that. Stores means, so if you are purchasing, if LIFO method, weighted average, simple average. So many methods are there. So you have to keep it up the same method. You have to follow the same method. You should not keep on changing the method that will reflect or that will affect your profitability. Then books of accounts, they will not show the exact thing, right? So according to the consistency convention, you have to follow up the same method, right? Disclosure means what? So all the informations you have to disclose in the books of accounts. Final statements that should give all the informations. That is, if you are maintaining FIFO method, you have to mention under that FIFO method, LIFO method, or depreciation, which method you are following. Under the final statement, you have to disclose all the informations related to financial statements, right? This is theoretical concepts. Let us see. Journal. Journal, primary set books. You record the primary book, that is called journal book. Journal is Latin, means daily.
Ma'am, your voice is started breaking, ma'am.
Three aspects you read it. This is the format. See, this is the format of journal book. That is a date column, particular column, debit aspect one column, credit aspect one column. Yes. Can you see this?
Yeah, the screen is not.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Now we can see.
This is you have to prepare accounts. Have you seen your accounts book? Accounts book? You have seen. It will be like this. Date column, particular column, will be given. Have you seen that?
The voice is not clear, ma'am.
Ma'am, voice breaking.
Your voice is breaking.
Okay, listen. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes. Now it's audible. Perfect.
Okay. Now the date column, particular column, debit column, credit column. This is the journal entry method. Okay. So see here. This is the problem will be given in your problem execution point of view. Transactions are given. April 1, 2016, Mr. Ani started business with rupees 1 lakh and other transactions for the month are April 2 purchase furniture for cash 7,000. These are the transactions. Every day you have to write April 2016, you have to write books of accounts of Mr. Anis. Okay. April 1, what he is doing? He is starting the business. He is bringing 1 lakh as an investment to the business. Okay, cash. He is bringing cash to the business. So that means what? His capital. He is bringing cash in the form of capital, right? So cash account, what debit, what comes in? What is our rule? What is our rule? Debit, what comes in? What comes into the business? Cash comes in. So you have to debit the cash account. Cash account, here you have to write DR. Here I didn't written here. I have to write like this. Cash account DR. Cash account DR. To Sir Anis capital account. Capital account. Is bringing 1 lakh.
Madam, whatever you are writing, it is not visible, madam.
Wait. Can you see this now? You have to write here. It's a picture format, so I couldn't write in this. Your journal entry you have to write like this: cash account data to Mr. Ani's capital account. A bar C means account. DR means debitor. For crediting, you have to write 2. That is the format for writing journal entries. So in both the columns, you have to write 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Right? When he is bringing cash into the business, debit what comes in? What is your role? Real account role? Debit what comes in?
What comes in, credit what goes out.
Okay. So here, Anis is the giver, right? Debit the Anis capital account. He is bringing capital. So he is a giver. That is why cash account data to Anis capital account is credited. The journal entries you have to write like this. Then narration. Under that bracket you have to write some narration. Narration means explanation of the transaction you have to write. That is business.
Sorry to interrupt. So the person who is receiving always will be on the top in this accounting this thing, journal entry.
He is giving to the business. You are entering the business book, not Anis book.
Okay.
Anis business book. You are Anis. That is why entity concept becomes existing.
Okay.
Owner is distinguished from your business. Okay. So here, owner Anis is third person. You are business book, right? So here, who is the giver? So debit what comes in, cash comes in. Cash account data to Anis capital account, 1 lakh. Okay. Narration you have to write. So Anis brought cash into business for capital, or he has started the business with cash, whatever it is. Narration one line you have to write. Then see next transaction what is given. Purchase furniture for cash rupees 7,000. So what comes in, what goes out?
Furniture comes in.
Cash goes out.
Furniture comes in. So furniture account data to cash account. 7,000. So in this case, why don't you debit it for purchase account instead of furniture account? Why you are debiting furniture account? Why don't you write purchases? You should not write.
Because
difference. Yes.
Okay.
When you are purchasing asset, name of the asset you have to debit. So when you are purchasing goods means what? What is goods?
Product.
It's a real account.
That is the goods with the product. When you are trading, buying and selling of that product, that is called goods. Say if you are having furniture shop, you are buying furniture wholesale and selling it to the retail. Buying and selling. In that case, what is your goods? The furniture is your goods, not asset.
Correct.
You understand? You are having the textile business. So in that textile business, if you are purchasing furniture, that is asset. What is goods? Cloth is the goods.
Textile.
Okay. Do you understand that? Can you make difference between the goods and asset? Right?
Yes.
The goods means the item which you are dealing with that. Buying and selling. Trading on that. Okay. That is called goods.
Okay.
Right? The next one.
Yes, ma'am.
April 8, purchase goods for cash rupees 2,000 and for credit 1,000 from complete retail store. So that means what? The same day that purchases both cash purchases as well as
And why it's break out?
You have purchased the goods both cash purchases as well as credit purchases. For cash purchases and credit purchases, you can write in the journal entry. See here, what is the entry for the purchases account data? 3,000, right? Cash to cash account 2,000. To accounts payable or Khalid retail store. From who is the benefit giver? You are purchasing from whom? Khalid retail store.
Khalid retail store.
Khalid retail store.
Khalid
Retail store is a creditor. We can write either creditor or Khalid retail store account, or creditor account, or accounts payable account. You have to pay. You are liable to pay. Do you understand? Right? So total purchases is 3,000 for that on that date. Right? See next one. April 14, sold goods to Khan Brothers, rupees 12,000 and cash sales 5,000. Sold goods to Khan Brothers. In this case, both the cash sales as well as credit sales are there. So what is the journal entry to write? Debit.
Voice is breaking, ma'am.
What will you debit? This transaction.
Could you please repeat, ma'am?
April 14, sold goods to Khan Brothers, rupees 12,000 and cash sales 5,000. So what is the journal entry? Can you say anybody?
Khan Brothers to cash sales.
Cash account upload to Can Brothers account upload to sales account.
Very good. Cash account debtor 5,000, Khan Brothers account debtor 12,000 to sales account. Sales to be credited. Purchases means you have to debit. Sales you have to credit. Okay. So see here. Cash account debtor 5,000. Accounts receivable or debtor or Khan Brother account. You can write name if it is given. You can write name. Suppose name is not given, you can write a debtor or accounts receivable. If you are benefit giver means he is a creditor. Benefit receiver is called debtor. Okay. Right? So total sales is 70,000. Cash and credit sales are recorded. Right? Then see next one. April 18, owner withdrawal of worth rupees 2,000 for personal use. Owner taken money from your business. 2,000 rupees he has taken. So what is the journal entry? Owner is entity concept. Owner is distinguished from the business. If he has taken for his personal use, that is to be treated as drawings. Right? Owner taken for his personal use, that is called treated as drawings. So drawings account data, what goes out? Cash goes out to cash account or bank account. If you are withdrawn from bank means to bank account. Taken from business, you have to credit the cash account. Okay. Then next one. April 22nd, paid Khalid retail store rupees 500. So Khalid retail store, you have made credit purchases on April 8th, 1,000 rupees. Out of that 1,000 rupees, you are paying 500 now. When you are paying, what is the entry? Cash goes out, isn't it? So you have to debit that Khalid retail store account. So Khalid retail store account data to cash account 500. Okay. Accounts payable or Khalid retail store account data to cash account 500. Okay. See next one. April 22, paid Khalid retail store 500. April 26, received 10,000 from Khan Brothers. So Khan Brothers, you have 12,000, you have made credit sales. Now you are collecting from him. So cash comes in, cash account data to Khan Brothers account or debtors account 10,000. Cash account data to accounts receivable or debtors account or Khan Brothers account 10,000. Okay. Next one, paid salaries expenses 2,000. Salaries, that is nominal account. What is the rule? Debit all expenses. So salaries account data. Debit all expenses. Credit what goes out here?
Income and gains. Debit all expenses and credit all incomes and gains.
Incomes and gains. In this case, nominal account debit aspect and real account credit aspects are involved, isn't it? So cash comes in, sorry, cash goes out. When you are paying salary, that is expenses account to be debited, salary account to be debited, and the credit what goes out, cash goes out to credit cash account 2,000. Right? This is the journal book. when you are making total, debit columns are equivalent to your credit column. Suppose if there is any difference, you might have done some mistakes. All debit, each and every debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect. Each credit aspect is having equal and corresponding debit aspect. That is the double entry system of bookkeeping, dual entry. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a small doubt. Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Ask me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So for the last column, the debit was 2,000 and the credit was 5,000. So can you please explain how
No, wrong. It is 2,000 only.
Yeah. Okay, so your data is wrong, you're saying,
Yes,
right?
yes, wrong, yes.
Okay, and one more thing, ma'am. So for yeah.
It is in picture format, so I couldn't make it correction.
Okay. So and one more thing, ma'am. For April 8, purchase gold of 2,000. Sorry, not 2,000. That third column, cash 3,000 and 2,000. That's third column. So can you please explain that thing alone? That's actually confusing for me.
Actually, on the same date, you have made purchases 2,000 worth of cash transaction as well as credit transaction 1,000 rupees for calendar detail. So joint entry, combined entry, right? Or you can write individual entry, so no issue. If you are writing individual entry, what is the entry? Purchases account data 2,000 to cash account 2,000. The another entry, purchases account data 1,000 to calendar retail store account or creditors account 1,000 rupees. You can write individually or combined entry. Same day. That is why we can make it as combined entry. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Total purchases is 3,000. Out of which 2,000 is cash purchases, 1,000 is credit purchases. So totally 3,000 purchases.
Okay, so we can either put it as 3,000 or we can be specifically put as 2,000 and 1,000, right?
Yes. You can write individually also, no issue.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, how can we decide entry comes under personal account like that, ma'am? We have 3 accounts now, ma'am.
Yes, you have to read the transaction. Whatever, don't divide which under comes to the real or nominal. That doesn't matter. What aspect is involving, debit or credit? That is the important.
Okay, ma'am. We choose. We want to see.
Any two aspect definitely will come.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm from engineering background, ma'am. I'm quite not conversant with credit and debit. I have understood the basic meaning of credit and debit, but I just want to differentiate between this 14th April, where we received money from Khan Brothers. So Khan Brothers gave money to us. So by credit and by cash, 5,000 and 12,000 separately.
You can write separately. No. If you are writing individual journal entry, what is the entry? Cash account debtor to sales account, that is 5,000. Khan Brothers account or debtors account debtor to sales account 12,000. Individually you can write. You are making total sales is 17,000. Combined entry date, you can make combined entry like purchases. 17,000 you have made sales. So 5,000 is cash sales, 12,000 is credit sales.
Okay, my doubt is, ma'am, in 14th April, they gave 17,000 to us. So that 17,000 actually...
No. They gave 17,000. See, 14th April, 12,000 sold goods to Khan Brothers. You are selling goods to Khan Brothers. Cash sales is only 5,000. See, read this transaction.
Okay, selling will be the debit thing. Yeah.
Selling goods to Khan Brothers. Sales credited. Purchase means it is debited.
Okay.
Okay. Sales goods goes out. What goes out? Goods goes out. Goods means you have to credit the sales. Right? So if it is a cash transaction, debit part comes in cash account debitor. When you are selling on credit basis, receiver, who is the benefit receiver? Khan Brother is the benefit receiver. That is why Khan Brother account to be debited. Okay.
How come it will be debited? Because Khan Brothers, they are purchasing some goods, right?
Yes, they are
Okay, so
benefit
it will be
receiver.
debited from their account.
Debit the benefit receiver, ma.
But
Personal
you said
account.
like they are not paying. We are just selling it. Like we are not receiving.
Selling means he is benefiting, enjoying our goods.
Yeah.
On credit basis, he is the debtor.
Okay, but we did not receive that 17,000 yet.
Not
right?
17,000. Not receiving goods. You are selling, going out. Credit what goes out? Sales. Goods goes out 17,000. 5,000 only you are receiving cash sales. 12,000 under credit sales.
But in credit we have written 17,000, ma'am. Altogether we have written in credit 17,000.
That is sales. Sales account is credited 17,000. Total sales we have made. See, total sales have made 17,000. Out of which 5,000 have sales.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Voice is breaking, ma'am.
Cash sales 5,000. Okay. Credit sales 12,000. Is it okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Credit sales, who is the benefit receiver to be debited? Benefit. This is
okay.
This is also debit balance. 12,000 is also debit balance, not credited. Total amount is credited. You can write individual entry also. No need to write combined entry. This is combined entry. Individual entry, if you are writing cash account debtor to sales account 5,000, 5,000. Then here Khan Brothers account debtor 12,000 to sales account 12,000. You can write individual entry also, or same date. That is why we have written combined entry.
Okay, ma'am. Then in the same case for 26th April, we are receiving that cash from Khan Brothers. But again, we wrote it in debit 10,000.
10,000 we are collecting from him on April 26th. We are collecting.
Yes,
we have credit sales. 12,000 worth of goods we have given for credit. Okay. We are collecting money from him on 26th April. 10,000 out of 12,000 we are collecting from him 10,000.
Hello, ma'am. Sorry, this table is little bit confusing because this, two columns is saying debit and credit, and it's not saying like from whom it's debited and from whom it's credited.
No, ma. What is the money you are debited? Same thing to be credited. Both the aspects are equal.
Ma'am, I understand, but if we see 14th April and 26th April, in 14th April it is debited from Khan Brothers.
Not debited because he has benefited from us. When you are collecting money, see for example, you have given loan to somebody. Okay, 12,000 you have given loan. When you are collecting 10,000, you have to reduce it or not?
Yes, ma'am.
For that reverse entry you are writing. When you are receiving cash account debtor, here you have debited. Khan Brother account is debited. Now you have to credit his account. So that 12,000 you have to deduct 10,000. Remaining how much he has to give? 2,000.
So this debit means it refers to the this debit refers to the account of Anis or refers to the account of, it changes, ma'am?
No.
This column of debit.
Yeah, I too have the same question. So is this table is just a journal for Anis or also for Khan Brothers? This
Like for debit column refers to which account, ma'am?
It is a business book, ma'am. Not Anis book, not Khan Brothers book. Your business book, business name, say for example, Anis business. Okay, Anis business or A business or B business, whatever it is. Then you are entering this book, you are the businessman. You are entering in your book. Okay, who is giving cash, who is getting cash, you have to based upon receiver, giver. Like that you have to classify. Okay.
Ma'am, you're saying like Anis has sold goods to Khan Brothers for 12K and cash sales of 5K, right?
Yes.
So that's fine, ma'am. But how does the debit part is okay, but how will it come to the credit part as well? So now it got confused the other way for me.
Sales, goods goes out. When you are selling the goods goes out. Credit part goes out.
Okay.
That is why you are crediting the sales account. when you are purchasing, credit debit what comes in, goods comes in. That is why purchases account to be debited.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, ma'am. Fine. Thanks.
Ma'am, now in April 22 and April 26, if we see in April 22, we are paying to Khalid retail store.
Yes, we
So
are
that
paying
also
to
we have
the
written in debit 500. And in
Yes,
April
yes.
26, we are receiving 10,000. That is also
Yes,
under debit. So
yes.
this debit belongs to whom? That is confusing them. Either it belongs to debit of, it belongs to account of Khalid or account of Anis. That is the confusion, ma'am.
No, you are Anis. When you are preparing, this book is Anis book. Okay. Anis business book, not Anis
Just
personal
one
book.
suggestion, ma'am. This table looks fine, but maybe if it is little bit more clear, maybe you can mention in the bracket like to what account, and maybe if you can show us tomorrow.
When I prepare ledger account, you will understand very clearly. See here, this is the wait. This
It's
is
like
the
we're
ledger
getting
account.
confused with the
See,
table.
this is the ledger account. When you are see here, this is the ledger account. When you are preparing like this, purchases on different dates. So when you are collecting purchases made to Mr. somebody X, Y, Z, whatever it is comes in this time. So what is the total purchases? What is the account for the account? 12,000 made, here 10,000. So remaining 2,000 you have to collect it like this. When you are preparing ledger account, you will understand. Huh? In the next class, I will prepare both journal as well as ledger account in one problem. You will understand the thing. Okay?
Yeah.
Sure,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
That will be helpful.
Ma'am, and just a suggestion from my side. So, since it's a problematic paper, like it would be easy for us, like if you could give us some problems to solve, not in the first class, I mean for the following classes, and we'll try to make it out and ask if we have any doubts.
Yes, ma'am. This PPT is available on our DD website. You can download it. You can download it. You do some transactions, journal entries in that. I have given some more problems here. See here.
Okay.
Journal. See here. More problems I have worked out here. See here. If you practice it, just you go through and do it, you will understand. In internet also, if you put journal entries, ledger accounts, problems will come. You practice it. There are a lot of books are available. Financial accounting books, lot of books are available. You can practice it many transactions.
Some question paper problems, need to be solved so that we can discuss and we can solve.
And that is possible in physical class. It is possible. I used to prepare the exam in our DD question paper. I used to solve in the classes, but here online class is too difficult. While doing problem now, so we have very less time. Only 8 hours class we have. So 8 units to cover. So if I do all the problems, time will be the key factor here, isn't it?
Okay,
So that's why it is difficult. You practice it. If you have any doubt, you can call me or you can send mail. I will help you. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
So we have the problem questions in the
problem
the
questions
website.
will be there. Yes,
Okay.
definitely will be there. So 70% will be problem, 30% theory. It is mentioned in your syllabus itself. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, how can we get the previous question papers?
It is a question paper?
Yeah, how can we get the previous question papers?
It is in our website, ma'am. Website, you go to that student support services. Under that, question papers are available, right?
Okay.
And then this PPT is also available. You can download it. Accounting for manager. I want my preparation only. It is there. You download it and practice it. Next class tomorrow, I will prepare and show you final accounts. This is only basic thing. There are a lot of problems on there. Only the time factor is the limiting factor for us now. Okay, getting time. You practice it. Tomorrow, download it and practice some aspects, journal entries. Then next class we will see. Okay, bye.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
thank you for nice speaking.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye,
Thank you.
Ram.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.